Hi, Arthur.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Arthur.
Hi, Arthur.
Hi, Rita Marie. Hi, Stu. Hi, Amanda. Hi, Mike.
Hi.
Everybody. Okay. It is 7 o'clock. PAT, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay. Welcome to tonight's Conservation Commission meeting. The preamble to this stuff, the Peabody Conservation Commission hearings will be held remotely until March 31, 2023. Remote participation is allowed, accordance with Chapter 20 of Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2021, signed into law by Governor Baker on February 12, 2022, amending certain provisions of the open meeting law. General Law 30A, Section 18 is extended by Section 20 of Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022. Attending tonight are myself, the chairman, vice chairman Mike Rizzo, secretary Mike Vivaldi, Amanda Green, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Arthur Athis, and alternate Rita Marie Cavicchio. With that, the only other thing I'm going to ask, if someone is from the public is speaking, identify yourself by name and provide an address. And when we're discussing things, please mention or use the term "through the chair" so we can control the meeting a little better. And this is a long meeting, so we want to move it along as best we can. I'm going to start out with trees. Other items. There are no trees at this time to approve. Hey, Bruce. There is a narrative from Solitude. This is, from this, we're going to have to, Lucia, is this where we listen to Dominic at this point? Dominic, take it away.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Hi, folks. So I'm here to provide some details on the upcoming hydro raking project at Elginwood Pond and to answer any questions you may have. We did submit a work plan. I do have that. I don't know if you want me to share my screen. I can probably do that as well. Oh, I can't do that. So hopefully you can.
I just changed it, Dominic. You can share your
screen. Oh, you
screen.
did? Okay, thank you. Great. So, we are planning a hydro raking project at Elginwood Pond. The purpose of the project is to remove cattails, water lilies, other aquatic plants, unconsolidated organic material, basically to restore open water areas to the pond, restore some depth to the pond, get a lot of that biomass, both plant and root material, out of the pond. As you can see on the map here, we're working on the 4-acre area of Elginwood Ponds. So that's shaded in red here. The plan is to use a hydro rake and as well as a transport barge, which is actually a small harvester. So basically the hydro rake, if we did go through this back in the spring when we had the order of conditions approved by the commission to do hydro rake or basically any kind of mechanical work in the ponds and all of the ponds in Peabody with the condition that we needed to provide a work plan to the commission prior to doing so. So this is the first mechanical project plans. This will be a hydro raking project. So the hydro rake is essentially a floating backhoe with a York rake attached to the hydraulic arm. It's driven by paddle wheels. The hydro rake can remove and dig out plant material, root systems. It can scrape down the bottom, removing lily pads, their root systems, as well as organic debris such as old plants, leaves, branches, trash. So the idea really here is to reclaim some of the areas that have been overtaken by cattails and water lilies, especially along the east side of the pond there. And basically to remove that biomass, remove the nutrients associated with it, gain some water depth back, really kind of restore this section of the pond. The hydro rake scoops down and takes one kind of rake full of material. So rather than go back and forth with just the hydro rake, we will be using a small harvester as a transport barge so that the hydro rake can work. Multiple rakefuls can be stored in the transport barge, and then that barge will go back over to the disposal offloading area, which is shown in yellow here. So it's actually the causeway of Cobb Avenue, where between Mill Pond and Elginwood Pond. So that area is going to be where the machines will be launched. So the machines will actually be lifted and put into the pond via a crane. And that area is also where we'll be doing the disposal operations. So there'll be a telehandler with a bucket on it that the transport barge will offload into that bucket, and that bucket will be offloaded into on-site dumpsters, large 40-yard dumpsters. There'll be a couple on site at all times. Getting into a little bit further down here. Oh yeah, so that section of Cobb Avenue will be closed for the entire project period, just so folks know that as well. That is really the best place for access in terms of getting the machinery in as well as doing the disposal operations. So again, we're expecting about 24 days of hydro raking work there. We expect that we'll be removing about 60 cubic yards of material. That's estimated. So over 24 days, we'll be taking out about 1,400 or so cubic yards of material from the pond. So we will be putting a turbidity curtain around the outlet of Elginwood Pond into Mill Pond so that we don't get any turbidity going down into the pond below. We'll also be installing some tarps over the edging and the riprap between the road and the water level so that if material sloughs off at any point, it won't get all stuck in the riprap and fill up those spaces between the riprap. But I mean, that's essentially the project. We are, from what I've been told by our mechanical operations manager, I believe we're planning to start this at the end of October, early November, and be done by Thanksgiving. So that's about the time frame there. That's essentially it. So be happy to, if anybody wants me to go into more detail about anything, or if you folks have any questions about what's going on, anything about the project, be happy to answer.
Anybody have any questions? Mike Vivaldi.
Just, I'm relatively new to Peabody, Dominic. Is this the pond that's right across from the shopping plaza on Lowell Street with the fountain in the middle?
Yes. That's
Oh,
not
that's Crystal Pond. So
It-
that's the next one over to the right.
It's-
So this is,
if you're on the bike path, Mike, it's on the other, it's from Crystal Lake. It's the other side of the bike path is Elginwood Pond.
Oh, I see. That's the bike
And-
path that runs, kind of prevents the two bodies of water from joining?
yeah,
Yes.
if I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but the bike path is
Yeah.
right here.
Yeah.
Sure, I can see that.
This is Crystal Lake here, with
And that's where the fountain is?
Yeah.
Correct.
My other question, Dominic, is your method sounds great. Is it just it's not temporary, it's long-term solution for this pond? It's not like next spring it won't be the same?
No, because we're actually, so we have been doing an ongoing management program with herbicides and algicides. We have sprayed the cattails and the water lilies so that the plants have been basically killed off, so that they aren't able to grow anymore. But then, yes, the hydro rake actually removes the foliage above the sediment. It actually removes the root material as well below the sediment. So it's not a permanent solution, but it's definitely a longer term solution. This is not going to grow back next year. It's going to take many years for it to get, because we're going to be really removing quite a bit of material there. And it will still be managing the area in the future with the ongoing management program. But this project's really designed to kind of turn back the clock a little bit on this pond, get a lot of that built up organic material from the growth year after year, and to restore some depth and get that nutrient bank out of the pond as well.
Thank you.
Rita Marie, you have your hand up.
I do. I'm just curious, where do you deposit all of the stuff that you take out from the pond? And also you mentioned herbicides, and just curious if they are, I don't want to say healthy because I know they kill herbs, but like, are they dangerous to use with people around and stuff, and the ducks and all of that stuff? Just curious about the herbicides.
Let me try and answer that before Dominic. The city has contracted with Solitude to manage all of our lakes and ponds, recreational and drinking water, and all of the chemicals that they're using to reduce the aquatic plant growth are approved and licensed every year. And the Concom has copies of those licenses, and they were provided to us by Solitude. And we have a schedule of when you're going to manage or enter each of the lakes and ponds to spray the chemicals and what chemicals they're using. They also have a report to fill out that is sent to me and Bill Stansfield each month when they perform this stuff, with what the pond looks like and what their plan is for the next month. So we're watching it pretty well, and I can send you a copy of that report each time it shows up. Again, the chemicals are, they're chemicals, but they are approved by the state for use in water so that they're not adversely affecting drinking water or fish or wildlife. And the only thing we're doing is in areas where people are boating and swimming, we're trying to put out a notice saying, stay out of the water for a couple of days or for one day to let this stuff work. And about it, Dom, did I answer it well?
Yeah, very well, very well. Thank you.
Thank
And-
you. Just curious, and I thought that you'd probably get the question from the audience, so I figured I'd ask. Thank you.
That's a good question. Thank you. Is there anybody in the audience that has anything? Go ahead, Mike Rizzo, go ahead. You're muted. Mike Rizzo, you're muted.
Here we go. Sorry.
There you go.
Question to Dominic. So you mentioned that Cobb Ave will be closed for the duration, which would be about 30 days. So I just want to touch base that you plan on, are there really plans to provide access to abutters at all times? Is that so?
So my understanding is that there's another way to get into that neighborhood, those few residents there. So, and we're gonna close Cobb Ave between, just the section between the two ponds. So the alternate way of coming in on Cobb Ave, and those people will be able to use that way and be able to get in and out without, we
Okay.
wouldn't be interfering with that at all.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that because I figured that might be a question for the buzz. I know the area, so I know that you can get around, but just wanted to
Okay.
touch base. So
Yes, good question. Yeah, I mean, I might have drawn, it's hard to tell. Well, I drew the yellow over where the staging area is. I think I have it right to show that it won't be blocking off anything the other way in. So
Correct.
okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Does anybody from the audience have any questions? I can't see them. Lucia?
Yep, everyone that's a panelist should be able to see. There are no hands raised right now. So
Right, I
I
can
would
see them
just
now.
move on. There's no motion that needs to be made. I
Nope.
did speak to Mayor Ted today, and he said the road's gonna have to get closed, and we can talk about all of those little fine details in the next few days. He said will definitely do a robocall. He's gonna probably do the robocall within a week or so, and then he'll do one again right before work starts, because he wants to let everyone know like sooner than later about the road closure. And then remind them again, when we actually nail down a real date. And Dominic, I just told the CPC we're starting in late October. So you guys are going to make me look like a fool if we don't start in late October. So please get me on the schedule, because we have to get this done, because this is my baby now and we have to get this done.
absolutely.
Before I go off, Dominic, are you here for the other two extensions?
I am.
Or-
Yep. So if
My suggestion is so that Dominic can go and enjoy this beautiful night. If there's no one in the audience, and unless anyone else on the commission has questions about the staging, which again, this was just supposed to be a informal discussion to let everyone know and to know that we're going to do the robocall and yada, yada. But Dominic does have 2 extension requests, and those should take not much time. So my suggestion would be to take 4 and 5 out of order.
All right.
I'll make the motion to go out of order and do items 4 and 5 under extension request.
Do I hear a second?
You don't need to make a motion, you just take them out of order.
Okay, we're taking them out of order. Number 4, request an extension permit on DEP file 55829. Request is being made by Solitude on behalf of Cedar Pond Village condominiums. The project is aquatic maintenance and ecological restoration at water bodies located at the condominium complex. This order expires this year, August 17th, 2022. I'm going to recommend, or at least I think they should get a 1-year extension to expire in August 17 of 2023. Can I get a motion to that?
I'll make that motion.
Second. Thank you, Mike. Motion by Mike Rizzo, second by Mike Vivaldi.
I'll do a roll call. I'm sorry, Sorry, I was like writing stuff down. So made by Rizzo, seconded by Vivaldi. Roll call,
Correct.
Chairman Lazaris,
Yes,
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes,
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes,
Commissioner Green,
Yes,
and Commissioner Cavicchio. All
Yes,
right, did I get, it was Rizzo seconded by Vivaldi or Vivaldi seconded by Rizzo?
no, Rizzo Vivaldi.
Okay, so I got it right. So 55829 is extended for 1 year, expiring from the date at, 1 year
2023.
extension from the date it expired. Got it.
Yes. Item number 5, request an extension permit on DEP file number 55839. Request is being made by Solitude on behalf of Huntington Woods condominiums. Project is an aquatic maintenance and ecological restoration of water bodies located at the condominium complex. This order again expires August 22 of 2022. And we're looking for a motion to extend this.
Will
Permit.
will Dominic have had will the work be completed by a year from now?
It's open for a year.
No.
Yeah, so
will
this
the
is
work
an
be
ongoing
completed?
management,
it's
Oh, it's
annual.
ongoing, so.
Yeah,
an ongoing management
Yeah,
plan.
Okay.
it's ongoing. And the reason I'm looking at it for 1 year versus more is it'll give us a chance to revisit it before, instead of doing it for 3 years. I'd rather look at it every year.
motion to extend for 1 year.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, okay, thank you. Motion by Mike Rizzo, second by Mike Vivaldi. Roll call, please.
Yep, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes,
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes,
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
yes,
Commissioner Green,
yes,
and Commissioner Cavicchio.
yeah,
All right, so that is extended 1 year from its expiration date. Dominic, I'll work on those next week.
Okay, thank you.
thank you very much,
Yes.
Tom.
Thanks for your time. Have a good night.
You too. Moving into item 2, and I'm sorry, item 1 on the agenda, right? ANRAD,
Yes.
okay. Continued public hearing on an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation submitted by LEC Environmental Consultants, Inc., Richard Kirby for Osborne Hills Realty Trust, Paul DeBasi trustees. The applicant is seeking confirmation for the extent and location of wetland resource areas that may be subject to jurisdiction under Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act and the City of Peabody Wetlands Ordinance with and surrounding the property known as 0 Sherwood Ave, 7 Holmes Street and 47 Holmes Street, map 110, lot 2X, map 104, lot 1, map 111, lot 1, Peabody, Mass. I'm gonna, I guess, turn this over to who?
Me, Lucia, through the chair.
Yeah,
Okay, they are asking for a continuance because they have made 3 attempts via certified mail to contact both the butters, and I haven't seen the certifieds, but they're claiming that they were refused. So they are going to revise the plans as we asked them at the July meeting, and they will get that to us at the appropriate deadline for continued items for the October 12th meeting. So I would recommend that you make a motion to continue.
need a motion to continue.
make a motion to continue.
Second,
second,
who was that, Mike?
Arthur,
Arthur,
Roll
thank you.
call. That motion was made by Amanda, seconded by Arthur. Motion to continue the ANRAD. Chairman Lazaris,
Yes,
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
yes,
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
yes,
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes,
All right, so the ANRAD is continued 7-0.
Enforcement orders, item 2 on the agenda. Continued enforcement order issued to Salem Country Club and Dan Mayer of Mayer Tree for the following activities: removal of living trees, grinding, rubbing stumps in the buffer zones, close proximity to jurisdictional resource areas, depositing wood chips in buffer zones, and along local riverfront woods. The property address is 133 Forest Street, Peabody, Mass. Lucia, is this where we go to Mike DeRosa?
Yep, Mike DeRosa's here.
Okay. Mike, you have to unmute yourself.
Got it. Thank you,
Take it
Mr.
away.
Chairman. I think tonight we just want to do a quick update of where we are and what we've accomplished so far. I think the commission is in a position where they would like to take control of the situation, and we have had a meeting. Lucia and I have met with Libby Sabunchin at the Department of Environmental Protection. She's in charge of the enforcement branch of the department. She's recommended to us that we do a revision to the enforcement order to the country club, and we be much more specific with what the commission would like to see specifically in the restoration plan. It's been almost a year now since this has been going on, and the commission really needs to and wants to take direction here and get this project going and get things resolved to everybody's benefit. So Lucia and I are going to be working on that revised EO. We're going to send it around to the commission for their review and ratification on the October 12th meeting. We'll have more to discuss then. Between now and then, we're going to be in touch with Bill Rocco to set up additional site visits. We were out there this week. We spent 3.5 hours at the 8th hole, which is where a lot of the cutting occurred within bordering vegetated wetland within resource area. So we meaning Evan Govendran from our office, myself, and Ben Staples, licensed arborist in the state of Massachusetts, did a lot of detailed assessment of what impacts occurred in that specific area. Took a lot of measurements. We've been working with the aerial photos that we have and overlaying. I can give you an example of what we've done if you're interested in seeing that. Overlaying aerial photos from post-cutting to pre-cutting so that we can look at the change in the aerial extent of canopy cover and quantify that. So we're going to be doing more of that. We'll be in touch with the club to get more access to the golf course and specifically the areas of impact. And then we'll be quantifying that in a similar manner. What else, Lucia? Is there anything else we want to cover tonight? I don't think we want to have a big open discussion. We're just going to continue to the 15th.
Yeah, I think we just wanted to, make sure that we gather information from the members tonight, the commissioners, to find out what they want to see in this enforcement order, and then me and you are going to come up with action items, circulate it through the commission, and once we get the approval, we send it out, and then they get ratified at the October meeting. I'm just looking over my notes. Yeah, I think that's it.
Through the
No, I
chair,
agree.
through the chair. I'm a little confused as to what we're doing here. I know the commission hasn't had an opportunity to meet with Mr. DeRosa. All the work that he's done so far, the commission would love to see that work. But yet, I don't think we're ready to submit what we would like to see, given the fact that we don't have that information in front of us. It appears that, we should consider, once you guys meet again, and that we should consider a live executive session with the Conservation Commission to look at the reports, the recommendations, and then, for the commissioners to offer their suggestions and input. I don't see how that can happen now.
I think that's a great recommendation.
Right. Well, Lucia, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I thought that everyone on the commission already had ideas of what they want. So, I mean, we have to be really specific because we did a bare bones enforcement order already, and we got a planting plan that the commission's not happy with. So if you guys want to be happy with the planting plan, we have to be very specific.
Right.
So, I mean, I really don't think we should, if we keep on continuing this is not getting planted next year. Me and Bruce had a conversation about this today. Some places require you to start ordering nursery stock in November. So we really have to get this done. I think time is of the essence. We have been playing with this way too long. We need to move on. We need to be specific. If you guys don't want to be specific, that's fine. But as of right now, they're in compliance with the enforcement order and you guys aren't happy with it.
Well, the restoration plan that they submitted, according to my memory, and I think what we saw, was they were proposing whips or 1-inch trees with 1 or 2 leaves to be used to restore the areas that were cut down. And we had said that was not a reasonable way to do this. We can get into discussions which we've had about numbers of trees, the size of trees, but I think it would be beneficial if the commission could set up a date from, let's say, a week from now to meet with Mike DeRosa via Zoom to see what he's come up with and show us what the canopy cover was before cutting and what it is post cutting. So we have a better idea of what we want to do to restore the area today. And we can do that certainly before the end of October or before our next meeting, I guess. That sound good?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, that sounds good, Mr. Chairman, and that I'll make myself available to.
All right, I'll rely on Lucia and you to set up a date and time and get back to us.
All right, so we can't do this, if there's more than 3 of you, we have to do it, like, it has to be, there has to be a legal notice. So, and I have to be available and
But it's not a public meeting, Lucia.
I would offer this to be an
yeah,
executive.
but the open meeting law, we can't have 4 commissioners, and it's not a public meeting. We don't need to let anyone participate in it, but we can't just hide behind Zoom and a closed Zoom somewhere. We have to have it. If there's more than 3 commissioners, if you guys want to delegate 3 commissioners to go to that meeting, that's fine. We go behind closed doors, but you can't have 4 without it being a legal notice.
We
So
can't do it.
no one wants to give what their ideas. I thought over the last few months, we had Mike saying that he wants 4 trees for every tree that was taken down. Amanda said she wanted a pollinator garden. Travis sent me an email today about what he wants. So we have it in writing what he wants.
The whole point of the club, of us getting DeRosa in there, is so we have expert to tell us what to do next.
I thought that's what we were doing, is we literally talked.
We don't have it. You have information from DeRosa. We have nothing.
Okay, Amanda, you can be rude to me and think I have information from DeRosa. I do not have this amazing information that you think I have. I have some
Okay.
information. Okay. You guys should do what you want and tell me, and then we'll go from there.
The question I have to Lucia is, can we do an executive session like every other committee and commission?
You will
And
have to put that through Attorney Con.
Okay, I will do that tonight, tomorrow, and find out if we can do it. Because every other, the light plant does it, the city council does it.
Yeah, I don't see
And,
why the Conservation Commission couldn't hold an executive session as well.
That's my question. So, and
I
again,
would-
it's
I
just
would-
something to get, it's a planning thing. It's not like it's, it's not like
Yeah,
we're
we're
making.
discussing an enforcement order,
Right.
which is not the
We're
general.
not creating a law. We're just having a discussion of what we want. I'll
I
clear.
mean, I know what I believe I'd like to see in the restoration plan, but we didn't get this until 4 o'clock this afternoon. This information that the response from Libby from DEP. So maybe I might be ready to say what I want, but the other commissioners may not have had the opportunity to digest that and come up with a list, and to have to say this right now.
I think,
is
now,
not reasonable.
through the chair, if I could comment, the intent of this was not to create a big internal discussion over what each commission member wanted to have in the restoration plan. We just wanted give the opportunity to the commission members to be heard. And DeRosa Environmental is going to we will be directing what we've been out at the course enough. We know where there's opportunities for restoration. We in conjunction with Lucia are going to come up with a viable restoration plan and objectives for them to meet, for the club to meet. The club is then going to come back to us and address each of those objectives with their restoration plan. And then we're going to review that for content and technical sustainability and credibility and merit. And then we'll make a recommendation to the commission as to whether, with tweaks or with any modifications, what the restoration plan should look like. And then the commission can choose to vote on that. So that's how this will play out. We're gathering information now. We have some information, and we'll have to I think executive session is fine to share that information with the commission. We're going to need probably another week to pull it all together, but we'll have that. So I think that's a viable venue to do that. So again, apologies. We just wanted to hear from the commission if there was anything special you wanted in this that we would then incorporate into our enforcement order modification.
But
That's
I
all.
make sure that if we have an executive session, first of all, I guess Lucia's got to run it through the city lawyer, saying if we have the authority to have an executive session, which we probably do, but that it be live, so we're not doing this over Zoom and we have stuff in front of us that can be aired. I don't know if any commissioners here would object to having this particular executive session being in person. Are there any?
No, it's fine. It's fine by me.
So
I'm okay
Lucia,
with that.
yeah. So Lucia, so you're saying that you might have to run it through the legal, through the city lawyers?
I will contact Attorney Khan tomorrow and ask him what we have to do this. And I'll have Lucia put out a note to everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr.
Just
Fogel would like to.
one more thing, then you can take over, Mike. It's been a long time. It was a long drawn out process to get DeRosa on board. And we've had 2 months, we didn't have a session last. So I don't know. I know it seems like a long time since the incident happened, which I thought was last winter. But we didn't get our consultant on board until, can I say, 3 months ago, maybe less. I don't know, Mike, DeRosa, you might know that. When did you officially come on board?
It's only been a month or two,
Okay,
Mhm.
not too long.
so,
But we've been out to the course, I think 3 or 4 times now. So we've been out there.
okay. All right,
All right, I will get a hold of Attorney Khan tomorrow and review it with him, the idea of an executive session in person in City Hall. So we can all gather at one place and meet. And
Mr. Fogel would like to speak. If you're gonna
I'm
allow-
sorry,
Mr. Fogel would like to speak if you want to allow him.
no, we're not allowing, this is not we're not looking for discussion from the public at this time. This is just a discussion that we're having about where we are at and what we're doing with it. Like I said, I will get back to everybody through Lucia on the next meeting of an executive in-person session. At that time, I'm hoping that Mike DeRosa can present to us the pictures and things that he has come up with, and we can discuss the recommendations. Because again, we're not experts in this stuff. We're relying on somebody like Michael DeRosa to show us what should be done and how it can be done. And again, like I said, once we have that plan and we present it, I'm sure the country club will have to look at it and review it and get back to us. But we have to do that relatively quickly if we want to order certain nursery stocks. Correct?
Oh, there'll be plenty of time to get plant material.
All right.
So. All right, that's all I had. And Lucia, do you want to just move this meeting to the October 12th meeting, I guess?
I don't see any reason why we wouldn't, because it sounds like Stu's going to be calling Attorney Khan tomorrow, or something's going to happen offline.
Well, it's like I'd like to get something happening ideally towards the end of September, beginning of October, so we have something to talk about at our next meeting. Is that agreeable with everybody?
Yeah, I don't, the only thing we need maybe an hour to discuss this together. Have
Right.
everybody put your thoughts together, should go fairly quickly.
We can be ready next week. So with some of the
Okay.
preliminary information, so.
Do we have this next week? All right, I'll talk to Attorney Khan and we'll get back to you at some point next week. We'll meet. All right.
Just so you know, I am on vacation Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week.
Well, then we'll do it Thursday or Friday. That's all.
Yeah.
Whenever's convenient for everybody, we'll make ourselves available.
We do have a motion to continue.
Motion to continue.
Second,
Second,
Mike.
All right, I'm going to do a roll call. Motion made by Ms. Rizzo, seconded by Vivaldi. Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Senator, if you're not speaking, can you please mute yourself? Secretary Vivaldi,
yes.
Commissioner Comac,
Yes.
Commissioner Athas,
yes,
Commissioner Green,
Yes,
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes,
All right, it is passed. And it's really important that you guys mute yourself when you're not speaking because there's a bunch of feedback.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Item 3. Continued enforcement order issued to Pedro Polini for work located at 60 Warren Street Extension. I'm going to suggest that we take this off the agenda and not worry about it. This may come back up later if an inspector goes out there and checks it, but we don't know who owns the land and we can't do anything with it. Anybody have any objection to that? Okay. We need a motion for that, Lucia?
No, I don't think so. I think, Stu, you're the one who's having all the feedback.
Not me. I'm sitting there quiet as a mouse.
Okay, someone, maybe it's me, I don't know. Someone's really bad feedback.
I hear the feedback. Let me,
Okay, now it's gone. Nope, no, it's there.
it ain't me.
All right, it must be me, so I just try not to speak that much.
I think it's probably better to keep it on the agenda. Otherwise, then it's like gets lost in the shuffle or, and then it looks like we closed it and it's still an open issue.
So you're recommending that we keep it on the agenda?
Until we have some sort of resolution, I think.
I mean, if you guys, through the chair, if you want to make a motion tonight, I gave you guys some recommended ideas of what you could vote on tonight. You can have Pedro remove the illegal fence post he put in the riverfront. You can have him remove all of the debris and everything he's been storing in the riverfront. And we can ask through the mayor to have DPS install a no trespassing sign so the abutter stops thinking that he has the right to use the property. And I think that would make Pedro understand that he's the guy's doing illegal work still in his house. So if you're not going to make a motion, I would suggest it gets off the agenda because we have a route. We're just not doing anything. So otherwise, I'll just work silently on it. It will be at my desk and I'll be working on it the same I'm working on it. But we just don't have to spend 15 minutes talking about it every meeting.
Through the chair, I agree with you, Lucia, on that. I just don't know if it's been so long. You talk about sometimes things were done wrong, but maybe it's stable. Maybe plants have grown and it's okay. So I don't know about moving fence posts or something may.
Nope, the fence posts are on the street. They would not cause any damage. I'm talking, he put up like 4 or 5 fence posts along Warren Street because he was getting ready to fence it in as his own.
Oh.
So right now, like someone could crash into those if they came down the street. There's no fence on them. It's just a bunch of posts on the city, like right on the street, basically, like right along the edge of the street.
All right, I would support what you recommended, Lucia. Is that to modify or reissue the enforcement order? How would that?
Yep, I would modify the enforcement order. Pedro has gotten a gift for 2.5 years because of the pandemic, and we have left him alone. And I would, if you guys make a motion to amend the enforcement order, adding the action items that Pedro has to remove the fence posts, remove the debris, and then I would internally request from the mayor to put a sign up, and that would just be done internally.
Okay, I'll make a motion to, I'd like to make a motion to the chair to amend the enforcement order for 60 Warren Street. Motion to discuss removal of fence posts and removal of debris and installing a sign that identifies it as private property.
You have a second?
I second that.
Okay.
All right, roll call. Chairman Lazaris.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, I will draft an amended enforcement order probably sometime next week.
Excellent.
Thank you. Moving on to certificates of compliance. Number 6, request a full certificate of compliance is made by Anthony Capichetti from Hayes Engineering on behalf of Farm Ave. 2 Lots LLC, behalf of Farm Avenue 2 Lots LLC for DEP file 55836. The project was a filling of wetland to construct a 24-foot wide paved access drive with wetland replication. The address is known as 0 Farm Ave and 0 Forest Street, aka is 27R Farm Ave, map 69, lot 5A, and 12 in Peabody, Mass. My understanding is that because we didn't meet in August, they went to DEP. Is that correct, Anthony?
No, for the certificate of compliance, we're still remaining with the commission. It was for
Okay.
the new notice of intent that was filed in response to the abutters request for determination of applicability.
I'm sorry, I keep getting them confused.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I can give you a brief presentation as to where we stand with it.
Go ahead.
So as you may remember, in order to install the driveway, we had to do some wetland filling, and that required some replication areas for both isolated and bordering vegetated wetlands. That work was completed in 2020. We got a partial certificate of compliance and had to monitor for 2 growing seasons. We've submitted reports over those 2 growing seasons, identifying that greater than 75% wetland survival, wetland plant survival has been achieved. We're a little late. We wanted to get in fall of last year, and but we didn't get in until fall of this year with the pandemic. But we've updated those reports, and we've had no changes. So we'd like to get a complete sign off on the project, and I believe Brendan Callahan, who is acting commissioner for this, has sent a letter recommending the same with ongoing conditions that we maintain in perpetuity the wetland vegetation.
Anybody else have a comment?
I've been by there many times. It seems like whenever I go to Farm Ave, the city's garage, and it seems like it's a really good, it's come in really well, and the wetland has been restored.
So do we hear a motion?
I make a motion to
Grant a full certificate of compliance.
even a full certificate of compliance, yes.
Here a second?
Can I
Well, I
just,
don't know
I
if
just-
Lucia has any
can I
has
just
any
ask a question
stipulations
before?
on that.
This is
Oh,
a
I'm sorry,
full certificate of compliance for what was the work that was the roadway, or was it? What was the work that we're giving compliance to?
They filled wetlands to construct a road, and then they replicated the wetlands, and that has been successful.
So it's the road work and the wetland replication.
Through you, Mr. Chair, also the site grading for the gravel contractor's yard that went on, and the stormwater that was a result of all that work as well, was under the original order of condition.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, Tony.
So do I have a motion? and a
Second that, Mike.
Okay.
Before you guys make the motion, did you read Brendan's memo? He has, he had a condition in there.
Yes, for Japanese knotweed. Long-term maintenance of the Japanese knotweed.
So is that part of an O&M plan? Or,
Should be.
So as far as I know, we don't have any Japanese knotweed on our site. The letter that I saw had ongoing perpetual maintenance of all the replicated wetland plants. But we're happy to maintain any invasives that come on site and remove them as they come in if the commission wants to keep that as a condition as well. But to the best of my knowledge, we have no Japanese knotweed on our site, thankfully.
well, the recommendation for the full certificate from community development says there is.
Right.
So how would they have gotten that information? It said there's Japanese knotwood in the BBW and purple wool stripe in areas defined as 1A and 1B. Is that the area we're talking about, Tony?
All right, so possibly up by the road, but I have not seen any patches of knotweed, but we can go out there and continue removing any invasives. We have had purple loosestrife that we've removed. And we continue to remove.
All right, so we have a motion that would include a recommendation to, sorry, gotta bring that back. We have a motion on the table to issue a full certificate of compliance. And it would include the removal of, where'd it go? It would include removal of invasive species occupying the bordering vegetative wetlands, particularly Japanese knotweed in the BVW replication area and purple loosestrife in the BVW replication area 1B. Is that right?
Right, so he's looking for a full certificate of compliance, but he's still under the operation maintenance plan. So I would say that work that's listed in the memo from community development is ongoing and would fall under the O&M plan. So I kind of take that to mean that we can issue the certificate, but just be aware that there's invasive species in those areas that need to be addressed. Is that?
Yeah, through the chair, I think Brendan is asking that the long-term O&M plan is revised to include the controlled maintenance of Japanese knotweed in the BVW area number 1A through the combination of methods, mechanical or hand hold removal. So I think he's asking for a revised O&M, basically vote contingent upon a revised O&M, long-term O&M. And then that would be, the condition would be that that long-term O&M is in perpetuity. Does that sound fair, Tony?
Yes, I can add, I can update the long-term O&M. We have some knotweed removal language. Typically, the property owner does all the removal by hand, and that's how we specify the removal for both the knotweed and the purple loosestrife. I can get you an updated O&M tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Do we have, who made the motion?
I thought Michael did.
Bruce did originally.
Oh, Bruce, I'm sorry, Bruce did.
Do we have a second?
Well, does he want to amend that? Because all he did was a full certificate. So if you want to amend it, I would highly suggest you add Brendan's condition, and you always want to put that all O&Ms are always in perpetuity.
Okay, so I will make a motion that we issue a full certificate of compliance with the condition that all invasives on the site will be removed as best possible in perpetuity.
In accordance with the letter from Brendan Callahan.
Yeah, but it should also be written in a revised long-term and operation maintenance plan, and then that long-term operation and maintenance plan will be listed as a condition in perpetuity on the certificate of compliance.
That's fine.
Second.
That's fine. I agree.
Second, Arthur?
Second, yeah.
Roll call.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. So it sounds like the motion was a full certificate of compliant contingent on a revised long-term O&M plan, adding that all invasives to be removed in perpetuity. That motion was made by Bruce, seconded by Arthur. Roll call, Chairman Lazaris.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes,
And Commissioner Cavicchio. So,
Yeah.
all right, so that is 7-0. So Tony, are you okay with that motion?
I am fine with that motion. I will get you the updated O&M for your review. And hopefully that'll allow us to go out there. If you give us the okay after you read it, we'll get someone out there this week or early next week to remove that batch of knotweed. And I'll reach out to Brendan to find out exactly where if we can't find it. But thank you again for your time.
Stu, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Request a full certificate of compliance is made by Mel Higgin, Weston and Sampson on behalf of the Salem Country Club, Peter Fischel for DEP file number 55845. The project was a proposed parking lot improvements and buffer zone restoration. The address is known as 133 Forest Street, map 59, lot 81X portion, Peabody, Mass. There are things that should be done before the commission does a motion. We should have, the Salem Country Club should remove vegetation from the existing access road shown on the approved plan. Do not install any more stone until after it is discussed with the commission at today's hearing. Remove vegetation growing into the existing parking lot. Remove vegetation growing on the riprap outlet. Remove 2 trees and mow the vegetation growing in the stormwater basin. According to the approved plan, the basin should be lined with an erosion control mix sold by New England Wetland Plants at the rate of 1 pound per 5,000 square feet. Please only mow an access area into the basin until we can decide if further plantings are necessary. And 5, create and submit an O&M plan for maintenance in perpetuity. And that should be done before we can make a motion. Anybody have any comments? I don't see anybody. Lucia, I see Mel Higgins is there.
Yep, I promoted him.
Okay, so he can address all this stuff.
If he can't, he should tell me who to promote that can address it.
Okay.
So I'm just not going to share my video if that's okay. It looks like something funny is going on with my video. So I'm
Put that
gonna,
in the woods.
Halloween.
yep. So real quickly, just to give you all a real quick background, this is, I'll just take 2 seconds. This was for an order conditions issued in 2017. Lucia brought it to our attention that it had never been properly closed out. So we went out there with, we had the restoration plan that was provided as part of the notice of intent in 2017. We did survey work out there to verify and create an as-built plan. And everything was done per the plans that were submitted with a notice of intent. And like Lucia said, there's vegetation that in the stormwater basin, which is going to be part of an O&M plan for this project. We didn't specifically address all of these items because I know Lucia had followed up with an email discussing item number 4. And it seemed like there was a little bit of confusion, and maybe I think Lucia wanted to get some additional information on a butterfly nesting area, maybe from Amanda or the commission at large. So it sounded like we just wanted to have this discussion to solidify what the commission is going to require for each of these items, and if in fact we're approved to do certain things. So I don't know if we want to just go through item by item to make sure that the commission is in agreement with doing these items, or not sure what you would feel would be the best way to move forward with this.
I'm not sure organizationally how we do this. Oh, sorry, through the chair. But the butterfly waste station sounds good to me, and I have access to like thousands of milkweed seeds. So That's all I know about this whole part of it is that I'm good with this butterfly waste station. I think it's a great idea.
And so is there any,
Mel, do you want to go through each of the items I mentioned?
Yeah,
Removing
sure.
remove vegetation from the existing access road shown on the approved plan. And do not install any more stone until we can discuss it. Is there any problem with that?
from the Salem Country Club standpoint or the commission's?
No,
Salem Country Club.
the country club, we want to get the vegetation removed from an existing access road.
Yep. No, that's totally fine. I think the idea was that we're also gonna possibly install some more stone to reestablish that access road. But Lucia didn't want us to do anything like that until we discussed it with the commission.
Okay. Remove
Well,
vegetation.
if I may, Chairman Lazarus, I
Go ahead.
think all the commission is supportive of these issues that were you had mentioned moments ago. So unless Mr. Higgins and Salem Country Club have any issue, then wouldn't we just vote on the certificate with, I mean, not vote on it, but that these items and issues get resolved before we issue the certificate?
Agreed. That's what we're saying. But
Right.
I want to make sure there's no problems
Right,
with
but
any of the,
I don't think we have to go through it all, right?
if there's any issues that they have, they should say so now.
Right.
So that's why we brought up issue number 1, because Lucia had said, please do not install any more stone until after it's discussed with the commission. So
Okay.
that's why I wanted to go through these point by point.
Okay.
All right.
So it sounds like the commission's fine with that.
I have a quick question relative to the existing asphalt driveway. I don't know if we're talking about the same thing, but I believe in the order of conditions on the original project that there was something about any asphalt road and pavement would be removed and loamed and seeded. Is that, we're talking about the same location, or is that something different?
I think that's something different, because in the restoration plan, on the restoration plan itself, before this was installed, the parking lot was installed, there was this driveway, for lack of a better word. And then in the restoration plan, it said that existing driveway shall remain, but the rest of the area and the buffer zone, et cetera, would be revegetated.
Okay, and that was done? That was,
Yeah, yes, sir.
okay.
So what I'm seeing here is you have no problem in getting rid of the vegetation on the existing access road. And
Correct.
you have no problem in getting rid of the vegetation growing in the existing parking lot.
Correct.
And no problem getting rid of vegetation growing on top of the riprap outlet.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
And you're going to remove 2 trees and mow the vegetation growing in the stormwater basin, correct?
Correct. Although this is where there was some confusion. I think, Lucia, I don't know, can you chime in on, you had sent up a follow-up email about item number 4 and about how there was some confusion?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you guys should have done all of this work before we even came here tonight. I don't really understand the pushback, but I mean, I guess I thought that I sent an email and clarified myself. I definitely think the number 1, I just wanted to wait about the new stone, but you guys are allowed a stone driveway. So Mike, it's a stone access driveway, not an asphalt entrance. It is stone. And then it goes to an asphalt parking lot, which right now there's vegetation just breaking through the cracks, and they're going to lose their parking lot if they don't do something. I'm trying to help them keep this area. I mean, once it starts growing in, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. And then they need to remove the vegetation growing in the riprap outlet. They need to remove the 2 trees and mow the vegetation in the stormwater basin. And then according to the approved plan, the basin should be laden with an erosion control mix sold by New England Wetland Plants, Inc. at a rate of 1 pound per 5,000 square feet. So they need to do that. They can mow an access area into the basin. And then and then create and submit an O&M plan for the maintenance of this area. It wasn't part of the original order of conditions, and we really need to have that so that all of these things aren't missed. And in 3 years, this detention basin doesn't have 2 trees growing in it again. The only thing that there was any reservations about was where the 14 sensitive ferns were planted, which they're wetlands, and they're wetland plants, and for whatever reason, Bill Manuel or Chris Mello put them in an upland, so they all died. Right around on the outside of the basin, around where those ferns are, like there's the parking lot, and then there's an area of vegetation, and then the stormwater basin. So in this area, parking lot, vegetation, stormwater, I saw some milkweeds and goldenrod, and there was butterflies fluttering around. And I said, well, how cool would that be if we just, maybe cut some of this stuff and got rid of the invasives? And maybe that's part of our DeRosa plan with the replication. So I made it pretty clear to Attorney Fogel and the country club that they should do all of those things before they come here. So I'm assuming they must have been nervous about removing stuff, but really the only thing I said was, don't cut the area in front of the basin until we hear about if we want to do the milkweed butterfly way station. But honestly, at this point, per butterfly way station guidelines, you actually have to cut all that stuff down, and then it comes back next year even better. So they could actually mow everything down in the front, mow everything around it. You're supposed to have access to detention basins. This is a peculiar detention basin, but I guess it is some sort of a stormwater basin. So I think that you should give them the marching orders, and we come back next month.
Yeah. So Lucia, on the butterfly, you said there's guidelines for butterfly way stations. Is that something that you could forward to us or guide us in the right direction?
Yes, I can. If we're going to go that route of a butterfly way station, but I know 100% for a fact in September you are supposed to be cutting down the milkweeds and the goldenrods, and then they will rejuvenate next year. I have a way station in my backyard, and that's what we.
Okay. Yeah, I think it would be helpful for us to have that guidance document so we make sure that we're going to be doing this correctly.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's not part of the restoration plan yet. So if and when we get there, if that does end up being part of the restoration plan, of course I can supply you with that now.
Okay, so this is, gotcha. This is not to close out this project. This would be part of, this would be lumped into the.
No, I would say this is completely separate. This would get pulled out. Okay. You guys would get, I think what you guys need to do is do all these bullets that I sent you like a month ago. Do all these bullets, if all these bullets are good, and I don't think DPS wants to sign off on, or I don't think DPS needs to sign off on this, or I'm not sure they want to sign off on this, because again, it's a peculiar sort of detention basin.
And Lucia, could you do me a favor and could you promote Barry Fogel to this discussion, please?
Sure, through the chairs, or is that okay?
That's okay.
I don't believe this is a public hearing though, so. I mean, is there a problem with you guys like cleaning the detention basin and coming back in October?
I'm not sure what Barry was going to discuss.
I just think that this is definitely not part of the enforcement order. I think that you guys should mow all of this like it has absolutely nothing to do with the enforcement order. And then if and when we decide to do the butterfly way station, the butterfly plantings is something that can be done next year once all the milkweed and goldenrod is popping again.
Got it. Okay.
Could you, Mr. Chairman, can I be heard?
Sure. Go ahead, Barry.
Can I be allowed to be a presenter so I can be seen on the video?
Related to the.
Related to this, yeah.
Related to this, yes.
To the certificate of compliance?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Is that Morse code?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I believe the applicant is entitled to be represented during this discussion, so I appreciate this. I think when Lucia says that she doesn't know why the Salem Country Club didn't undertake this work, it's because we wanted to make sure that the O&M plan that Weston and Sampson develops reflects all of the items that you're discussing here now. So there was no intention to defer anything. We want to get it right. We wanted to have this discussion, and they want to make sure that what gets done gets incorporated into the O&M plan.
Thank you.
So I just want to clarify one thing, though. When I heard Lucia mention something about tying it into DeRosa, I was confused. I just want to be clear, this certificate of compliance for this order of conditions is a separate matter from anything having to do with the item that was discussed earlier. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, good. So
this is separate.
yeah, good. So we want, Mel, you understand now. You can, if you get that butterfly information from Lucia, we put together an O&M plan and get it into the commission before the next meeting, then.
Well, wait, the butterfly way station has nothing to do with this certificate of compliance.
Well, that's what I'm trying to.
The butterfly way station would be if and when we start drafting this restoration plan, if the commission wants a butterfly way station. I thought that was a discussion that was had at one of the site visits. Maybe I'm completely wrong. And if that's the case, there's no need to have a butterfly way station here. I think that I made the mistake of even
I'm trying to
thinking about it.
clarify
So
that confusion.
All right, Barry,
the idea was that
because that would be nothing to do with this certificate of compliance. That would be separate in the restoration plan. So I think that you guys can go ahead and mow everything right now. And we worry about the milkweed and the goldenrod coming up next year.
Yes, through the chair, I just want to clarify that the idea was that because butterfly supporting vegetation had grown where those sensitive ferns were planted, that we wanted to be able to have the O&M plan, have the mowing schedule, make it possible for those plants to rejuvenate and to be butterfly supporting, but not necessarily becoming a butterfly way station connected to the enforcement order and the other issues. We'll take care of that way station issue on the golf course, not on Lot S.
To clarify, I think you can go ahead and mow everything, and if you're mowing down milkweed, it's okay, it will come back.
Right.
And if the butterflies show up, so much the better.
Yeah, we want to keep Lot S separate from the golf course issue.
I'm keeping it separate, and I want to make sure that if we do a butterfly way station project, we can use these plants as well. It doesn't require you to do anything extra other than mow them down in the fall.
Yeah, Barry, I thought that through the chair, I thought that you guys, the country club, wanted to have a restoration plan. I thought you were trying to veer away from having stuff on the greens or the fairways or whatever, where you removed everything, and you were trying to do stuff elsewhere. And I was sort of in agreement with you guys So
that was a while ago.
Okay, forget it then.
All right, tonight, just go ahead and cut everything down, clean up all the vegetation that's listed, and then we can vote on the stuff once you have that done.
Excellent, thank you.
One other item is that I have to say, for the record, this is being recorded, that the applicant should have been allowed to be present during the discussion you had regarding the enforcement order. I don't think it's appropriate at an open meeting to not let the applicant be present and heard.
I move to continue the full certificate of compliance until the October meeting.
A motion to continue, is that what you said?
Yes, once all these items have to be finished.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, I have a motion to continue made by Commissioner Athos, seconded by Secretary Vivaldi. Roll call. Chairman Lazaris.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Komack.
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
And Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, so that item is continued until October 12th.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Item 8, request for a partial certificate of compliance is made by attorney Timothy Doyle on behalf of David Middleton, trustee for DEP file 55178. The project was the construction of a roadway and underground utilities. The original address was known as 200 Linfield Street. We don't know the map and lot number, but it's in Peabody. The attorney is asking for a partial release on lot number 2 Hathaway Avenue only. We got a motion to make that happen?
Can someone explain to me why 9, 10, and 11 are also, they're also for the same property?
Yes, I could, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Attorney Timothy Doyle, 26 Main Street, Linfield. There were 3 separate orders of conditions. Item number 9 was issued in 87. Item number 10 was issued in 1987. And item number 11 was issued in 1989. At the registry, they're all recorded as 3 separate orders of condition.
Okay, now I understand a little bit better. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And there are also different DEP numbers, right? File numbers.
Yeah. All different orders, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we can combine them if you want, or we can do them both. If I'll entertain a motion to issue a partial.
Do we know who the owner of the certificate, who's the responsible party of to get the full certificate at some point?
Through the chair, I believe it's a disappearing developer. I think I know exactly who it is. And just so you know, this was part of a very large, it was part of all of Hathaway Ave, which is a cul-de-sac. And the wetland is actually at the end of Hathaway Ave. And it doesn't actually even show up on any GIS that I was looking at. I had to pull these old files and find it. I went out to 2 Hathaway. I was on Linfield Street. There is a wooded area on the corner there. I put some pictures on the OneDrive. I'm pretty sure there's no wetlands. And if there is, this house has been there for a really long time and it's not doing nothing's going on bad with the wetlands. But there is no wetlands, so.
So we're looking for a partial release on 2 Hathaway for 3 different DEP file numbers. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And I would entertain a motion to, to allow a partial certificate of compliance for items 8, 9, and 10. Anybody want to make a motion?
Just one, I'll make a motion, but just one quick question. They're all have the same address, number 2?
It's the same land.
That's correct, yes.
But there's three homes?
No, there's 3 separate orders of condition, 1 dwelling.
Okay.
It's just how they were issued. They're underground utilities roadway, and then the last one, the 1989 item number 11, looks like it addresses the construction in the wetland buffer zone. So as your agent had said, these were issued for an entire development and really
right.
segregated down to individual lots, which a little bit more common nowadays. But these were the entire subdivision.
Okay, well, through the chair then, if we can, Stu, maybe you just take all 3 at one time.
Yeah, that's what I'm recommending. That's what I'm asking for.
I make that motion.
There's 4. No, there's 3.
3.
8, 9, and 10. Okay. Anybody second?
I second them.
Roll
All right, I'm
call.
going to go ahead and do a roll call. So there is a motion on the floor for a partial certificate of compliance for 2 Hathaway Ave only on DEP file numbers 55-176, 55-179, and 55-234. That motion was made by Vice Chairman Rizzo, seconded by Secretary Vivaldi. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes,
Commissioner Green,
Yes,
and Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes,
Okay, no cash.
All right, so all three pass unanimous, 7-0.
Read the text.
No, let me get there.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank
Thank you.
you. We're on to item 11, and it's only 8:23. We're doing fine.
oh, you said something.
Why did you
I
say
mean,
that?
They
You
jinxed.
It's like a pitcher with a no-hitter.
Well, we'll see if I can keep the no-hitter going. Public hearing and a notice of intent submitted by William and Sparagus LLC, Source and Ackerley for We the Realty Trust. Albert Mantilia, the third trustee.
I think you actually skipped one, Stu. There was
I did.
number 12.
No, I'm on 11.
11, are you sure? Was the request for certificate of compliance? Am I looking at?
No, it says notice of intent.
No, Stu,
No.
you should go off the agenda, not the recommended agenda, but the one with
Well,
the,
Yeah,
I
not the
don't
red
either.
line, the real agenda.
Okay. So I should go to number 12, is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Okay, continued public hearing and notice of intent submitted by Hancock Associates. Property owner is John Babyars, and the applicant is Pioneer Charter School of Science.
Dude, what are you sure? What are you reading? It's number
No,
12. It's
I'm
40,
reading 12.
basically 40 Oak Street.
The continued. No.
Am I crazy, everyone? Am I
No,
looking at a
No,
wrong
you're probably
agenda?
right. I'm reading the red highlighted ones.
don't do that.
Well,
It's under the continued notices of intent, Lou. Stu.
Can I read it?
go ahead, read it.
The continued public hearing on notice of intent submitted by Hancock Associates from Michael Larkin at 40 Oak Street Development LLC. The proposed work is the site improvements and redevelopment, which includes a 40B housing project, paved vehicular and pedestrian access, landscaped areas, connections to municipal utility services, and a stormwater management system. The property is 40 Oak Street, map 95, lot 89X.
Okay.
Through the chair, I kind of noticed a discrepancy. I don't have that Oak Street on my agenda here. So it probably is back in the OneDrive. But I just want to bring that up on Stu. It's
It's on the OneDrive.
Yeah, when I was doing the red line agenda, I did 2 memos for the very large files that I had 3 pages of notes on. So that's why, like, you guys have to go by the normal agenda.
I see. Never mind.
Well, I don't have.
Good evening, commission members. Devin Morris here on behalf of Hancock Associates. If we could have Joe Pesnola added as a panelist, he is actually going to open up this hearing and speak on the matter. And we also have David White here as well as the applicant, Mr. Larkin.
Okay, is Joe Pesnola in the audience just as Hancock Associates? Because there's no Joe Pesnola in the audience.
He might be, yes. Thank you, Lucia.
You're welcome.
He's muted.
I think he's coming. There he is.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Joe Pesnola from Hancock Associates, representing 40 Oak LLC, Mr. Michael Larkin. It has been a while since we've been before the commission. Was back in May, actually. So I would like to just quickly run through a myriad of things that we have done with Lucia's assistance and Mr. Pollitt's assistance and your peer review consultants over the past couple of months. After we met, we did receive a correspondence from Mr. Politz and Miss Bernardo from Horsley Witten dated June 2nd. We responded on June 24th to those letters with a letter to the commission from us dated June 24th, and that had supporting documents with it, which included revised plans and supporting documentation, calculations, and so forth. As one of the things that just running through that letter and some of the high points, one of the things that did happen that was requested by Mr. Politz at that time was investigation of a mysterious pipe that had been shown on the plan from records that went from the isolated vegetated wetlands that's on the Historic Society property to the municipal drainage system that goes through the property. We did do an excavation. I think, Mr. Chairman, you were present at a time on site with Vice Chairman and Lucia, and we did find that pipe, and that pipe was in no way functional. It was buried, it was blocked, looked like it was blocked both with root and intentionally with a boulder. But nonetheless, we really didn't fully understand what the purpose of the pipe was. We did determine that it pitches from the isolated vegetated wetlands to the municipal system. So in the end, what we were directed to do with that pipe from Mr. Politz was to replace the pipe, put it back in its place, and to put a riser to grade in the general vicinity. We were able to do that, and it's shown on the revised plans. Just on the property, we're not proposing to go on to the Historic Society land to do that. And the thinking Mr. Politz had was that if its intended purpose was to control overflow from that isolated vegetated wetlands into the municipal system, or act as a kind of back relief from the municipal system flooding out, that it would, to a degree, function as it maybe was intended, but it wouldn't do anything differently than has been going on for the last very many years in the fact that the pipe was blocked. So we've revised the plan to depict that. We also added flagging for the isolated vegetated wetlands to the plans. We also got some additional information on Little's Lane stormwater that Mr. Politz wanted. But I think bottom line is, at that time on June 24th, we answered all of those questions, and we addressed all of those concerns. Towards the end of June, Lucia asked for clarification on dewatering, and we provided that information to Lucia. If you recall, maybe you don't, there in the back of the site had once proposed some townhouse units when we were before zoning board. The city asked us, as part of additional mitigation, to provide an area that the floodwaters in the municipal system might be able to surcharge into. It's just a couple of foot deep depression that would be lawned, if you will. And our dewatering plan would be to establish that area early in the process by removing the pavement that's out there now in that area, and having a kind of a settling pond, an area for dewatering to go to. So we've provided those details to the commission for that. Then we were getting very close to the July meeting, so we asked for a continuance from the July meeting. And then we had some additional requests for information, and that was to provide flood compensation calculation plans in what's known as a tick grid format. Update the landscape plan, and to give a little bit more detailing on the signage on the flood mitigation plan, the signage that we're going to put in the parking lot, alerting the residents to the possibility of flooding. So on August 18th, we presented to the commission a response letter that outlined responses to those requests, updated flood analysis with the tick grid method, upgraded grading and utility plans with some minor adjustments, the updated flood response plan with the signage, and the updated landscape plan. All of the whoops.
Oh, he's frozen.
Yeah. Can you take over, Devin?
I think this was or review by the commission and Lucia. So we were happy to do that, and I think that that all was done again on August 18th. Towards the end of the August, there were some additional questions from Lucia, and there was some email correspondence back and forth with regard to that, and then a last call to make a tweak to the flood zone parking signs, and we did that on September 1st. So the last thing that was submitted to the commission was September 1st, and it was just that tweak. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, David, I think it was just putting dimensions on the signage, so that was clear.
Yeah.
So we have had ongoing correspondence and communication with Lucia. Again, we want to thank her for her diligence on this. There's a lot, long history and a lot to go through, and she was most helpful getting us to this point. I want to thank Mr. Politz and his continued work, both in the ZBA process and the conservation process, to get us here. As you must know, the fact that there's this tie between the development of this site and the municipal drainage system has been a complexity to the design, and long before before your commission and before the zoning board, Mr. Politz and Ms. Bernardo had done quite a bit of work on that to get that kind of integrated system into a place where they were comfortable. The city system was done. The fact that we have removed the townhouses and added this kind of surcharge area is even more to further that cause, if you will. So I think we're in a good position. I think there are, if the commission was inclined to move towards a decision on this, there are, I think the correspondence from Mr. Politz over the course of his reviews does have some very specific conditions that he would like to see in any decision. So we're happy to help kind of weed through that and make sure that it all gets there. So that's an update. I'm happy to bring up the plans and answer any questions in particular. But again, I think the work over the last couple of months has been to answer some of the unknown questions that we needed to provide additional information with regard to the calculation computation to make sure that those are right and ready, and just get everyone hopefully to the point that we believe we are now, which is technically have all the answers, all of the questions answered, and we're here for the commission. With us tonight is Devin Morse, our wetland scientist, and David White, the project engineer that has done all of the grunt work on this, the calculations, the plan changes, and all of that to date, and being out in the field looking for that pipe. So happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
To the chair.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I have some confusion about how you meet the compensatory storage for the project and the site. And I was wondering, could you show us and explain on the plan using your cut and fill engineering and drawings, explain that?
Yep, happy to have David White go through that.
All right. Is this what you're looking for?
Well, I'm having trouble understanding how you meet the floodplain requirements, and in particular, explaining it so that you show us how you meet at each individual 1 foot increment, and then perhaps then explain the flood storage with regard to meeting flood storage for elevation 2137 and 2160. So you might want to start at the beginning and overall and show us how you meet floodplain requirements using your engineering and your drawings. Explain that to us if you could. It's kind of confusing.
Okay. Well, in the case of this TIC plan, we're at elevation 21 to 22. It was created by comparing.
Through the chair, can anyone else understand him? Because I can't.
No, it's kind of high.
Yeah. Cannot understand you.
So, can you hear me?
It's hard to hear you. It's almost like you're far away.
Okay. Joe, can you fill in? All right. So this is a cut fill plan created from 2 surfaces, the existing surface and proposed surface, from elevations 21 to 22. And then the comparison of the surfaces, we have this overall fill area in green, and then overall cut area in red. Under these calculations, under the TIC plans, we have an overall net cut of 560 square feet or cubic feet overall. On the previous calculation where we used contours, it wasn't quite there, but what goes on the site is there is ponding in the center. The site acts as a detention basin. So when a large storm event occurs that would cause flooding, site goes about half foot underwater, about up to elevation 22 or 21.6 or so. And that storage cannot be used for flood storage because it's already filled with stormwater. So that was the intent of why we didn't include that elevation from 21.37 to 21.6. Again, under the TIC plan cut fill analysis, we didn't need to make that exception. And this volume is correct. We have more cut than fill under the proposed condition.
So am I correct in that you're saying that you're not meeting this flood storage requirements between 2136 and 2160?
Now, what we're saying is that the site, the flooding on the site, you have to understand the nature of the flooding in this area. It's backwater flooding from down in the confluence of the rivers and where the rivers come out. So it's a backwater flooding. So the flooding on this site begins with the connectivity and the drainage system between those rivers and the municipal drain system. The municipal drain system is under capacity, so it surcharges, which is why the Elks parking lot floods when it rains. So during a storm event, because the rainfall that falls on the site is happening faster than that backwater flood would come, that volume at the lower reach, that puddle, if you will, is not available for flood storage. It's been surcharged. So it's as if it was filled with dirt rather than filled with water. Now the situation, what we could have done in that instance is had that parking lot stay at those elevations. But what would have happened in that instance is we would have had the same nuisance flooding that happens in the parking lot all the time, because the municipal system, which runs through the site, is under capacity and it backs up. So and there was a desire by the ZBA and Mr. Politz to not have that situation. So that volume that puddle was calculated, and we actually are replacing that volume underground. We have a very large underground system. Now, if this was a vacant site, a wooded site, and you've seen development on vacant wooded sites, engineers have to design, many times design underground detention systems, and you've seen that. And this looks like one of those underground systems. But we're talking about a fully paved site. We're talking about a fully paved site that we're taking pavement away. We're reducing the amount of impervious. So that underground system is not to compensate for our development. It is to replace that puddle that currently happens at the surface and just move it underground. And what that does is it allows that surcharging to continue to happen, because if we were just to fix the pipes and open up the pipes to have sufficient capacity within the municipal system, it would send water downstream and adversely impact other people. So it's almost as if the existing site is a detention basin, but we need it to continue to be a detention basin. But there was a desire for that not to manifest itself as a big puddle in the parking lot. So now it's a big puddle underground. So that equal amount of volume goes from above ground to below ground. And it's our assertion, again, that at those lower reaches, during the beginnings of the storm, the system is surcharged, and that flood capacity, that flood storage is not available to the site. And therefore, it doesn't have to be compensated. So it's not that we're not compensating at the lower reaches. It's as if that floodplain, that flood volume, well, it is, the flood volume does not exist at those lower reaches because of the connectivity between the undercapacity municipal system and the desire to continue to have the municipal system function as it does. Again, we can't just fix the pipe and open it up because we'll just adversely impact downgrading. So now what happens is that surcharging, because we do change the grades in the parking lot to not have the puddle, to not have that nuisance flooding, that surcharging now happens underground. So the system is still backing up, but it's not backing up into the parking lot. It's backing up into this underground cavern that we're this underground storage that we're creating.
Lucia?
Yeah, so I couldn't really hear David when he was speaking. I don't know if you guys, I can't believe you guys heard any of that. I saw where he was putting, I was wondering where they were saying, but anyway, so basically you're still saying that you are not meeting, technically you are not meeting the performance standards for bordering land subject to flooding for elevations 21.37 to 21.60. So I don't know of an exemption.
No,
Can you point one out for us?
We are not saying that.
Well, you just said that you said that you're basically putting stuff underground, and that's not really a performance. I mean, that's great that you're putting.
We're not. We're saying that the flood volume, that lower reach flood volume does not exist.
Because there's a puddle.
Because there's a connection to the municipal system, which is surcharging. Yes.
But I have a memo, and the way you're explaining it to me, for me, it sounds like you're not meeting the bordering land subject to flooding for those elevations 21.37 to 21.6. The way because I didn't get to hear how you guys explained it, because it was all like, it was just like, you could barely hear what he said.
David was not explaining the lower reach. He was starting at the point at which we are counting the existing floodplain elevations and up.
Okay, so can you show that to us then? Show us on the engineered plans how you're meeting the flood storage for 21.37 to 21.6, because I'm still confused, because you were just talking about an underground vault, weren't you? Am I losing my mind?
But no, it's simple, and whether or not you don't agree with it is not the point. The point is the system is surcharged, so the volume is not there, so therefore it doesn't have to be compensated for.
Yeah,
Can you point that out though in the regulations? I scoured the regulations and I cannot find that exemption of what you wrote it to me already.
It's not an exemption. It's just an existing situation. It has to do with the what is happening with the municipal system, and it's also it has to do with the request from the city engineer. If the city engineer did not say, take that puddle and put it underground, then then we still wouldn't have to compensate for it because it would be a puddle above ground. So in what we're contending is because we did calculations to show the surcharging that happens way before the 100-year storm that has that volume occupied, that therefore doesn't have to be compensated. There's another similar phenomenon that happens on floodplain sites. And if you have a backwater floodplain that has to crest a saddle to get onto your site, and that saddle is at an elevation that's higher than portions of your site, then the lower reaches are not floodplain because the floodwaters cannot get there. And so here it's a similar situation. Instead of a saddle, we have a surcharge system, and the floodwaters can't occupy that area because that volume because it's already occupied. It's where you have the interconnection between a system surcharging at smaller storms and the ground, the volume, the floodplain, then you've got to consider that. So we submitted the calculations to Ms. Bernardo. She went through them. She concurred that yes, that was the situation. We consulted with Mr. Politz with regards to, okay, it's not acceptable to continue to have this large puddle. So therefore, this is the way that we'd like to handle it. And we were tracking and understanding the performance standards of 310 CMR 1057, and understanding that we could never represent to the commission that we didn't meet the performance standards.
Why not? Why not?
Because we know that that's not, you would have grounds to deny the project.
Well, you can say what you want, but why can't you show us that you can meet those standards?
Well, but I'm saying we are meeting the standards. So what I was saying was whatever solution we came up with, we would have to purport to you that we were meeting the standards. And the fact that we were dealing with the surcharging in the existing condition and the occupation of that lower reach volume by surcharged water, and the fact that we were just moving that surcharged water from the surface to underground storage at a expense to the applicant, then that does not require us to compensate for that volume, and we start at that surcharged elevation and then we work up to the elevation 26.
Let me ask a question. If I believe what you're saying, that there's nothing you can do because the city system is surcharging and your underground storage has no place to go, then the flooding will continue at that site. Is that correct?
No. It'll happen underground instead of a puddle in the parking.
But it'll still flood the parking lot if the underground system is full because the city system doesn't work to the volume it needs to, then the parking lot will still get flooded.
No, because there's still water going out. There's still water going out. It's just like any detention system that we design. We know what the rate of discharge from the system is.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to control how high it stages. So if we design a detention basin, we don't want the detention basin to overtop.
Right.
So to do that, we control the level that the water gets in that basin by increasing the amount of storage. So what we did here is we had to increase the amount of underground chambers until that surcharging was controlled. And it didn't come up above the ground. I can appreciate everyone's confusion and concern with the situation, and it's not standard at all. And the first iteration of all of this, the first direction from Mr. Politz was a call to separate the municipal system from the onsite and have his pipe go from Little's Lane and Elliott Place over to Oak and not interplay with anything that we had on our site. And that's what he wanted. He wanted separation. Put me in an easement, leave my pipe alone. You guys take care of what you got to do, and we'll both be happy. But when we got into the analysis of the existing condition and the realization that the site's depression, this puddle, was actually acting as a detention basin for the municipal system, Mr. Politz and Ms. Bernardo understood that there needed to be a cooperative effort, a sharing, a continuation of the site's the site's role in the municipal system. That volume that we're putting underground is not benefiting the site. It's continuing to benefit the municipal system while allowing redevelopment of the site, such that we don't have this the municipal system surcharging and creating a puddle in the parking lot.
So why aren't you benefiting the site? This is a site that is continually, year after year, floods.
Right, and exactly. Yes, it is benefiting the site in allowing the redevelopment of the site without that flooding, that puddling, that nuisance puddling that happens in the smaller rainstorm. And that's the appreciation that I think that you need to see here, is that we're talking about the surcharging of the system during much smaller events than the 100-year storm. So when we get to the 100-year storm, in the existing condition, that volume is occupied. It's not available for the 100-year storm. And all we're doing is taking that volume that manifests itself as nuisance flooding, 6, 8, 9 inches of flooding across the parking lot now. And that flooding, that puddling, that nuisance flooding is going to happen underground. Now, when the 100-year storm comes, yes, the site's going to start to flood, but the starting point is 21.6. And that's the basis. So it's benefiting the site because it's allowing the redevelopment without this nuisance flooding, but its primary purpose is to allow that detention to continue to happen. And I mean, if not, then we just leave the puddle and nothing happens. Okay, we don't have the improved stormwater management. We don't have the reduction in impervious. We don't have the open space area that's going to act as even more surcharged flood volume area. You know, all of the benefits that come from improving the site don't happen, and the site stays what it is. It's a big parking lot that floods all over. So it's a complicated system. It's an expensive system. it does benefit the site, but it allows the continued benefit to the city of just an existing situation that happened. We don't know who decided at one point to run the pipes from Little's Lane and Elliott's Place over to Oak, but they did. Did they know that the 3 catch basins they did put in the Elks parking lot were going to cause the system to surcharge and flood? Did they know that flooding was actually helping the system downstream to not be even more overtaxed? No, they didn't know any of that. But it's an existing situation in which we analyzed. It came to light. We discussed it at length with Mr. Politz and Ms. Bernardo, and toiled over. Okay, this is what we can do. We can do it this way. We can whatever, and we ended on this. But this doesn't have it doesn't have anything to do with the intensity that we're proposing. It has to do with the existing volume that currently, as you all know, flood that parking lot. And it's our goal to not flood this parking lot until the 100-year storm. At those smaller storms, to have everything underground. Yes, it's going to be surcharged. Yes, it's backing up, but that's the definition of a detention area. It backs up and controls the rate that leaves the site. We have to control the rate that leaves the site, not only because that's our charge, but it's also what happens today, and we can't fix that and open it up and flood people down downstream. So yes, it's difficult to grasp and get your arms around, but no, we are not compliant. We are compliant with the performance standards of 1057, and I'll stand by that. It's just not. We're not asking the commission to do anything that's not within your jurisdictional powers, which is to approve a plan that meets the performance.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mike.
If you would elaborate up, I don't know your name, sir.
I'm sorry, my name is Joe Pesnola.
Joe, good evening, Joe. If you would elaborate a little bit more about that the underground system is able to handle up to the 100-year storm. So what happens at the point at which the 100-year storm occurs?
Well, we got to understand that the 100-year storm and the 100-year flood are two different things. The 100-year storm is an amount of rainfall. So when the 100-year storm lands on this site, it is captured by the systems and so forth, and goes into our infiltration system out front. It's somewhat retained or detained on our blue roof on the top of the roof, and then it goes into this shared system that is the puddle replacement system, and that system also takes our water. And in the 100-year storm, it is the system surcharged, but it's not popping out of any of our catch basins. So there's no water on our site, and it's taken care of. And over time, in the next 12 hours, it drains from the site. Now, that is considering that there is other water coming through the municipal system, and the municipal system has some capacity to leak. So depending on the lag, if we truly have a 100-year storm that results in a 100-year flood, there's a lag time between the 100-year storm and the resultant 100-year flood that happens in complex riverine systems with 3 rivers downtown that begin to back up and come up this way. They come up this way 2 ways. They come up this way through the pipe system initially, and the second is to come up over land. And if you look two blocks down towards to the north, there's actually one of those saddle points, and the saddle point is at elevation 22. So there's going to be a restriction on whether the water that backwater comes up at those lower reaches. But once it crests 22 and 23 and 24 and 25, it's going to come up into this site. And yeah, then is any of the systems working? No, but that's the flood. So there's a differential, and many times what happens is we have large storm events, and that 100-year flood doesn't actually, because a lot of times there's other contributing factors that result in the 100-year flood. The 100-year flood happens. It's not necessarily a reaction to an amount of rain. It's a reaction to a series of events, whether it's the culmination of snowmelt and high water in riverine systems and rainfall, and it could be done over a series of days. But when we talk about the 10-year storm, the 25-year storm, the 100-year storm, it's a set amount of rainfall that occurs within a 24-hour period.
Okay. Through the chair.
Can you on the blue, you mentioned about the blue roof area is how important is that relative to this amount of water?
It's really not. What we're doing with the blue roof is it's an appreciation for the differential between the state building code and the DEP stormwater requirements, and that when you look at roof drain system and the building code requirements for the design of the roof drains, it equates to about a 10-year storm. Okay, so inherent to the building code is that there's going to be backup on the roof. So with the combination of snow load requirements and general building code requirements and this anomaly that the 10-year storm is designing our roof drains, but we can put more water up there. We take that into consideration and actually use specialized roof drains that we can set the discharge amount for that meet the building code, but also that we can then put into our model. So there's no real extra that we need to do to design a blue roof. It's just how we model it, how we model reality, and how that comes in. In reality, what it does is it moves the peak. So if we just let everything into the system all at once, then we'd be trying to leave the system all at once. But where we have the water going into the main system, the catch basins in the roadway, that's going to happen really quickly. Then we have the water that goes into the roof up top, and it's going to drain slower. That's actually going to be funneled through our infiltration system, so it's going to offset the peak a little bit more. So by the time that water gets to the Oak Street system, then it's going to be a little bit behind the first bit of water. So it just helps us take the heat off of if all of those peaks would come at the same time, and it just allows the system to be more efficient.
So I was reading through the peer review and some of the engineering comments, and there was something to the effect that the blue roof, the area that you used in your calculations, was from the original roof area when you had, I don't know, 88 units or something, and that you didn't revise your numbers to accommodate the new roof area for whatever you're proposing.
Right, that's since been changed. In the calculations and the report that we submitted at the end of August.
Okay.
Through the chair. Could you, on this plan that we have on the screen now, where is this, this puddling area? And on this, can you point
It's
it out?
it's the blue shaded cross-hatched area in the parking lot on the north side. That's the underground chamber system. And it uses these small concrete blocks, if you will, that we can shape. We can actually, that's why it's kind of odd shaped in that it steps and moves around some of the piping systems and so forth. With this some flexibility and how that's laid out. So whatever's up here on the north side, that's got the diagonal cross hatching that's in light blue. That's all just these underground
Oh,
chambers.
Is that the area that's puddling
The
now?
area that's puddling, we would have to bring up the existing conditions, but it's the area that's puddling is generally, can you see my cursor? Oops.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go. Right there. That 22 contour.
Okay, so that's where you got this underground storage cavity or something going on. How deep does that go down?
I think they're 20 inches. David, or am I remembering that correctly?
So the area, is not very big. It can't store that much water, can it?
It's
What's the gap? How many gallons?
Yeah, it stores at least the same amount as the puddle that's on the surface, and the puddle that's on the surface is not it's deep at the catch basin, probably a little over a foot the catch basin, and then it tails out as it gets towards the 22 contour. So,
but the puddle grows as more water comes in, right?
well, the puddle's somewhat controllable because it is draining. It's not like a puddle that you find in a depression in a parking lot where there's no catch basin. There's a catch basin right there. So the puddle's constantly draining. It's just that more water is coming in that then can go out. So as the rain tapers off, then the pipe system on Oak Street can catch up.
So once this water, the underground cavity is filled, what happens to it?
It's the same as the puddle on top. It's continually draining through the Oak Street system.
But I thought the cavity was closed, a cement type of structure. So you're
No,
saying
it's got an outlet. It's just the outlet is the Oak Street system. And that Oak Street system, we have a rate that leaves the site today into the Oak Street system. And that rate has to be the same in the post development. So that rate is controlled by the Oak Street system.
Right.
And that defines how much that volume, how big that puddle gets, how much that volume is, and therefore in the post development, how big that chamber has to be.
In a big flood event, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to take away water from the site. It's just correct.
No, it's going to.
How does it take water away from the site? You're saying it trickles out into the city system or something, but everything is flooding at once. So that city system isn't going to be able to handle this additional water. It doesn't handle it.
There's no additional water. I can guarantee you one thing. We are not going
water from a puddle. And
we are not going to make it rain more. And in fact,
water from a puddle.
They're just
problem.
They're just hiding. They're just hiding that volume. They're hiding that volume from 21.
Yep, we are hiding it underground.
You're just hiding 2137 to 2160. It's like having a hole in your floor, putting a rug over it.
Yep. But we are actually contributing less water to that system because of the decrease in the amount of impervious. We've got a fully paved site. That fully paved site now goes to Oak Street, right?
Fine. It doesn't have to be all paved. I mean, the owner could break up the pavement and it won't be a fully paved site anymore. Problem solved.
No, I understand that, but we have an amount of water that goes there now. And in the post-development
You wanna put
condition,
people living where all this water goes now.
right, which is
And
why there was the,
what I see is you're not reducing the flow of water onto the site. You're just kind of moving it around to make it look okay, and then hopefully it'll merge into the city discharge system, which you say is already inadequate.
that we are providing a very large, expensive system to make that all happen. And
So
as
you can
the vice chairman said, yes, we are hiding the water so that it's not adversely impacting the residents on a daily basis.
But it doesn't help the the flooding of the site that happens. We have every 3 years, we have a 100-year storm.
Right. No, we're not doing anything about the 100-year flood.
Well,
We are controlling the 100-year storm, as we are required to do, and we've analyzed it. But when the flood comes, whatever that is, and again, the 100-year storm is measured at an amount of rainfall in a 24-hour period. The 100-year flood is an elevation that is achieved because of the flooding of a riverine system. And I've looked at all of the data from all of the storms that in the city of Peabody, and I have not seen an instance in which the flood elevation in the city of Peabody at this location reached the 100-year flood of elevation of 27. So yes, this site has flooded, but this site I have not found any instance in which this site flooded to elevation 27.
Right,
which is 6 feet of water up the side of the Elks building.
Right, but as an engineer though, you understand what our future is relative to storm surge over the next 10, 15 years. It's incredibly dangerous, and Massachusetts and our area is one of those areas that businesses and people will suffer from flood storage in the future that's only going to be 5 to 7 feet higher. And here we are with a site that floods all the time, okay? And you want to build homes where people are going to raise children, and the site's going to be filled with water. I can't grasp around my head how someone would propose a project like this on a site that is so overbuilt. You know, I'm having so much trouble approving a project that has so much negative and dangerous potentials, where one night we spent an hour just talking about how the fire department was going to come and rescue everybody through one of these major storms. What are we doing here in the city? This is crazy.
I understand, and your charge, my charge is to design the system and that meets the regulation, and I feel that I've done that. And I've been through a lot of many months of back and forth with Mr. Politz and many others to get to that point. And I'm confident that this meets the regulations and meets good engineering practice. I'm going to set aside whether or not it's a good idea. Okay, because that's for other minds to do that. And if people want to live here and people and banks want to fund this and FEMA wants to insure this and all of those other questions, we could be here even longer. But right now, what we're here to do, no disrespect, and I'm failing to say through the chair, and really going kind of outside of the bounds here, but what we're trying to do here is get to the point in reviewing a project under 310 CMR 1057 in which the performance standards are simple. Do we meet the performance standards or do we not? I believe, and I think the record is complete with regards to all of the peer review and internal, external peer review and all of the calculations that have been submitted to date, that we meet the performance standards. And I would respectfully ask the commission to approve the project based solely on that.
Is there somebody in attendance of who provided the peer review in attendance tonight?
So through the chair, from what I've been told is there was a peer review done, but the peer review was not for the performance standards for bordering land subject to flooding. So right now, after listening to what they've been saying, it's my opinion, and he has his opinion, but I still am grappling with the fact I don't think that they're meeting the performance standards under 310 CMR 10.57. I do know that there is Attorney Sam Vitale and in the audience, and I think him and his consultant would like to speak. So my suggestion would be that we let them speak and then we maybe come back to the commission. And if you guys are ready to vote, if you guys are going to vote on an actual order of conditions, I definitely have a lot of things I want to go over before, because I don't think we're there yet with, definitely not with this flood response plan, because there's only one sign right now. And I haven't received any revised plans for that. So I would respectfully ask that you allow Attorney Sam Vitale to speak if you want to open it to other members of the public as well.
Okay, I'd like to hear that.
Okay.
Yes,
Can you hear us?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Wayne Losey, and this is Sam Vitale, Attorney Sam Vitale. We represent a direct abutter, and I want to thank you for allowing us to speak on this. We've been sitting here listening to the Hancock representative, Joe Pesnola. I just want to make some quick points. The commission, you've been asking great questions in regards to elevations 21.37 to 21.60. Mr. Pesnola is mixing up. He's creating his own exemption. I'm sorry, with all due respect, Mr. Pesnola. It's an exemption that does not exist under the regulations. He is mixing up for the underground mitigation system for the stormwater. He is not meeting the performance standards for flood. It's very simple, Mr. Chairman, commissioners. Under 1057.4, where there's the performance standards, compensatory storage shall be provided for all flood storage volume that will be lost as a result of the proposed project. Just because he's providing some kind of Caltech underground stormwater system, it's to mitigate the puddling that occurs on that site, which we have to keep in mind. It isn't there 365 days a year. There are times of drought where it's not there. So that's why the regulations don't have an exemption for providing compensatory storage. He's using that as an excuse not to provide compensatory storage. Now that's one main point. The other main point here that I think your agent, Lucia, brought up is that the peer review never looked at the cut and fill tables, the work that Mr. Penzola did, which frankly is lacking, because even as a layperson, a commissioner, you should be able to look at this table. You should be able to say that where the cut is pretty obvious. the existing building. But where is the fill? That, if you pull up that other diagram where he shows cut and fill, it doesn't even show for the handicap ramp out front, which is going to be cut, filling some floodplain out there. The table should reflect where the cut is going to take place. So in other words, he's not showing all of the fill, and it should be foot by foot, incrementally. The regulations are very clear on that. And, frankly, what I think Mr. Pinzolo is doing here is that he's creating an emperor, and he's telling you he's well decorated, but I'm telling you, he has no clothes. This thing is not meeting the performance standards very clearly. And I think if in doubt, you could at least ask for a peer review, or I think, Attorney Vitale could elaborate further on that, because you're being sold a bill of goods here, that peer review, and this is my understanding, I could be wrong, but the peer review was for your planning board, your city departments, the Board of Appeals, not requested by the Conservation Commission themselves for the floodplain, the cut and fill, to do a peer review of that.
I just want to add, I'm certainly not an engineer. At the outset, people talked about confusion. You can add my name to the list of those that are confused. I listened to what was called an explanation or a description. I think I'm more confused. And I think it's difficult without having all of the data and presenting just one side of the data. And it's my understanding, as it is Wayne's, that there's been no peer review of these calculations. And so I think my suggestion would be, and I go back to a great American president, Ronald Reagan, who said, trust but verify. And I think that if Hancock Associates is so confident that this system will work, then they should have no objection to having an independent peer review, someone you select on the Conservation Commission, to look at the calculations or look at this proposal to see if in fact it will work. I think most people, like my client who lives at 41 Washington Street, knows this area floods all the time. And they lend their voices to those who say adding a number of residential units is certainly not going to mitigate the flooding at that site. It puts all those residents at risk. And in terms of the obligation of the Conservation Commission, I think the better way to carry this out, if you're like me, who's not an engineer, or who is confused, or who understood, but I don't know for a fact, that it was said that this was peer reviewed. Perhaps it was, and I'd like to hear from the peer who reviewed it. But if it wasn't, my suggestion would be, and if the applicant has such confidence in that the system meets the requirements of the regulation, then put it to some other engineer to review, to look at the numbers, and then make your determination. Then you'll at least not have questions, you'll not have doubt, and hopefully they won't have confusion. But at the end of the day, the goal is to make a system work. And I think that has not been demonstrated. And so based on that, if these engineers are so confident that they satisfy the regulations, I have a suggestion that when it gets to the DEP, which it will, if this is not dealt with, it'll be rejected because it simply doesn't meet the regulations. And yeah, I don't think you have to be an engineer. I can read the regulation. And so maybe my understanding or my analysis is limited because I'm a lawyer and not an engineer. But I would suggest to you that in black and white, I read the regulation, I looked at this, and I'm one of those, again, I asked certain questions of Wayne, like where does this bill go? How do they deal with an elevator column? How do they deal with some of these other building code issues that have been alluded to? And I found either the information lacking or the answer or the description given not sufficient. But ultimately, it's your determination. And my only suggestion is that if you feel like I do, and if these are questions you think are legitimate, then one way it seems to me to have it resolved is to get another set of eyes to review this with people who've got initials after their names that say PE or whatever it takes to do an honest review of the calculation.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Go ahead.
I have a letter here dated June 2nd from Janet Bernardo from Horsley and Witten. It says the Horsley Witten Group is pleased to provide the Peabody Conservation Commission with this letter report summarizing our review of the compensatory storage provided. I will jump down and paraphrase, and you're welcome to review this letter on your own, but it says it is HW's opinion that the applicant has provided adequate compensatory storage. And there is some initials after her name, as there are initials after my name. And I do not appreciate Mr. Lozzi's qualifications of or representations of what I am doing with regards to his emperor's analogy. I am an engineer. I am a professional engineer. I have 32 years of experience dealing with this type of complicated calculations. And I do not appreciate the inference that I'm trying to manipulate anything here. I presented calculations, numbers, as I am required to, and they were peer reviewed. And that peer review was presented to the Conservation Commission. And I welcome the commission in verifying that you in fact have that letter. And if need be, get Ms. Bernardo to come to a meeting and have this discussion between two engineers that do have initials behind their.
Through the chair, I feel like this is getting a little intense and I think we need to reel it in. So Mr. Pesnola, can you show us that letter where she specifically says you are meeting the performance standards of 310 CMR 57? So basically where we're going from here, I think that he's saying that a peer review was already done. That was not what I was told. I could have sworn I had a conversation with Will Paulus. I would have never put it in my notes. When I spoke with Janet Bernardino, I had to like point out to her what the regulations were. And then she kind of said, oh, that would be our wetland person. So I don't know, this has dragged on so long. So I feel like either tonight you guys should, since it sounds like there's already been a peer review that I guess I don't know about for the 310 CMR performance standards, but if that's the case and we have that, that's fine. I still think we are not meeting the 21.37 to 2160. And that's, you know, and they had an understanding about like the stormwater and all that. So that's great. But I feel like you either need to, at this point, make a motion to deny it under 310 CMR 10.57 or 310 CMR 10.5 parentheses per 6 parentheses little c, which is if the commission finds that the information submitted by the applicant is not sufficient to describe the site, the work, or the effect of the work on the interest identified in MGL 131 section 40, it may issue an order prohibiting the work, and the order shall specify the info lacking and why it is necessary. And the info lacking would be that we do not believe that they are meeting compensatory flood storage at 21.37 to 21.6 because of the ponding and surcharging. Otherwise, if you guys are not prepared to deny the project tonight, we need to really move on because we still have things after this. And there's a lot of things I want to talk about that still needs to get revised on their plans.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Can we, can we, the only thing I'm confused about is whether it was reviewed, whether it was peer reviewed for what specifically what we're talking about. Now, you're saying it wasn't, they say it was. I want to get a definitive from Horsley Witten if that's what it was reviewed for. If they, to be honest with you, Horsley Witten reviewed it and said it does meet the standards, and they're specifically talking about what he is talking about, then I'll go, but I can't make that decision without knowing that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
concur.
that makes
I agree. I'm reluctant to move forward on approving this project because I'm unsure.
If Horsley Witten reviewed it specifically for that, then again, I say this all the time, who am I to second guess their engineer and Horsley Witten? But if Horsley Witten says, oh, guess what? We didn't review it for that. We'll have to review it now for that. Then that gives, I mean, that's what these people are there for. And so if it's from, I'd like to make a motion to continue this until we get that definitive answer.
Do I hear a second?
I would second that.
Okay. Roll call?
Yep, hold on a second. Motion made by Mr. Comack and Rizzo seconded it.
Yes.
Correct.
All right, I was just further, I know for a fact they didn't look at the cut and fill click summaries. And so they definitely didn't look at those. Roll call,
didn't
Chairman
look at it?
Lazaris.
Who
Vice-
didn't look at it?
Horsley Witten Group, I know they didn't look at it because we never received, I don't think there's any money left. I mean, I don't really know. I had a conversation with Will Politz, and maybe I'm crazy, but I'm pretty sure he told me specifically that a peer review was not done for the performance standard of bordering land subject to flooding.
Okay.
But maybe I'm crazy, and if Joe
No, no.
Piznola can pull that up, I just want to see something in writing from Horsley Witten Group that says that you're meeting the performance standards under 310 CMR, specifically elevations 21.37 to 2160. If they're not meeting those, you guys can deny this now. We all know this is going to get appealed anyway, regardless of if it's ironclad. It's going to get appealed by the abutters. There's a whole group of them. So if you deny it tonight, we can just push this forward and move on and take this off our agenda and let the experts deal with it, which is DEP.
Yeah, I don't want to deny it tonight. I want to find out. I want to get that answer from Horsley Witten. I know you say that you're sure, but I just need something from them saying we never reviewed that. That's it. Or we did review it and it does meet the standard.
And Joe, do you have that? Because I can't find that. And I'm not saying for certain. I just thought I had a conversation with Will about this because I've been talking to him a lot about this, but maybe I'm confusing. So we're going to stay with that. I'll just do a roll call then rather than to continue this extensive conversation. So that was a motion to continue made by Bruce, seconded by Rizzo. Roll call, Chairman Lazaris.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
And Commissioner Green.
Yes.
All right, so that continues. The motion passes 6-0. Rita Marie left at 9 o'clock for the record.
I want to thank everybody for the time and effort, and we'll reconvene when we get the information.
Thank you for your presentation, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Oh, one more thing, actually, before they go, I do want to, I called David and then I never really talked to Joe. I don't think he ever gave him the message and I never heard back from Joe. But the current flood response plan shows a detail of 2 flood zone parking signs, but there's only 1 location shown on the plan at the entrance. It's my opinion that more signs need to be installed to ensure that all residents are aware of the dangers of parking in a flood zone. And the revised sign details should show the size and approximate location of each sign. Typically, you guys require reflective signs. And do we know yet where the residents are going to park, or is it just up to them to figure it out? Is there a predetermined location? Typically under our checklist B, you guys normally add, if a parking lot is approved within a flood zone, signage shall be posted and maintained in perpetuity, identifying the location of said flood zone, and shall read, this is a flood zone. Cars may be towed in the event of the flood. So are you guys okay with the existing plan showing only one sign on the entrance that hopefully people will see, or do you want signs everywhere, which they should be, in my opinion?
There should be signs everywhere.
You define what everywhere means, and we'll put signs, right? Every single spot, every 5 spots, whatever you want. We'll put signs.
Okay.
So we need direction.
Okay, thank you.
I think he's asking, like, how many signs do you guys want? Like every 5 spots, every 10 spots, every 20 spots, 2 signs?
Work it out for the next meeting.
Yeah, we could look at that. We can condition that.
I would prefer to get a plan before the next meeting, because this is just, we're just going to keep having 2-hour conversations. This is.
All right, I want to sign every
How many spaces on the?
every 5 spaces. Every 5 spaces, is that too much?
Yeah, I think so.
How many spaces, Mr. Peznola, on the, are you planning for?
Is it 80, Joe, is there?
80 spaces. There's some under the building. So
Right, under the building, so I think one every 15 or 20 is 4 or 5 signs.
Okay.
happy to do it. We'll revise the plan and get that to Lucia.
And then another detail is their plan details show hay bales. We haven't allowed hay bales in 10 years. I don't even think many people use hay bales anymore. So we need a revised erosion control plan.
Will do.
That's it. If you guys, we already continued it, so we can move on.
All right, thank you.
Good night.
Thank you, commission members. Thank you, Lucia.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we on to notice of intent, item 13 now?
Yes.
It's a public hearing on notice of intent submitted by William and Sparagus LLC, Thorson Ackerley for We 3 Realty Trust, Albert Mantilla III, trustee. The proposed work is the construction of a single-family home and associated appurtenances within riverfront and BVW buffer zone. Property is known as 211 Linfield Street, map 100, lot 106D in Peabody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thorson Akerley, wetland scientist and registered sanitarian with Williams and Sparagus, representing Albert Mantilla III, who is the property owner of the subject parcel for tonight's meeting. With your permission, is it okay if I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So as I mentioned, this is an existing, perhaps best defined as a vacant lot that's been owned by the family since the mid-1980s. It's about 30,000 square feet in size and was part of the adjacent lot here at 231 Linfield Street at one point before they were subdivided in around that time, 1986. The family sold this and kept this for themselves. The lot is currently occupied by a majority of lawn area towards the front of the property, locus, I guess a a scattered amount of honey locust trees, would be a better phrase for it here, which are mostly underlain by lawn and a light gravel or dirt road that traverses through the middle here. There's an existing garage, a short riprap wall here, existing crushed stone area here, and then mostly lawn in this portion of the site surrounding this area. The family does use this portion of the site for light storage of materials. There are a couple snow plows, light machinery, which we'll talk about in a little bit. The property is accessed currently really by a granite bridge across Goldwaith Brook that's been in existence for a very long time, I believe since at least the 1960s. And the applicant's parents live on this lot here at 241 Linfield Street. The resource areas present here are bordering vegetated wetland here along the northerly property line. This is the A series, which essentially ends at the Granite Bridge. Much of the remaining portion of Goldwaith Brook is lined with a stone or concrete vertical wall. So we don't really have BVW in this location here. Then another series of BVW bordering vegetated wetland flags are shown down here along the southern property, where we kind of lose that stone vertical wall. We also have riverfront area associated with Goldwaith Brook that is highlighted in this blue line here and essentially follows that granite wall. And then we do come into a natural bank on this side where we can clearly observe where mean annual high water is. Finally, we have a floodplain zone AE. So this is a studied area at elevation 88.1. That is this dark dashed line here that cuts across the center of the lot towards the bridge, and then up here along the sides where this area is all a bit lower than the existing site for this developed portion of the site. As far as the project proposal, it's a pretty simple development plan. It's a relatively small dwelling, driveway, attached garage and porch. Because we are in riverfront, we're limited to the amount of disturbance we can show or propose on the plan. The important thing to note is that the approving authority can approve a lot such as this for development, assuming they alter less than 10% of the riverfront area on the lot or 5,000 square feet, whichever is greater. So the area within the erosion control line, which is shown right here, up to the 200-foot riverfront area, is 4,830 square feet. We provided those calculations on the plan, which is less than 5,000 square feet. 10% of the riverfront area on the parcel is 2,542 square feet. So we are less than that 5,000 square feet, which complies with those regulations. In addition to that, we are supposed to comply with any other performance standards for the resource areas that affect the property. And in this case, we do. It's all buffer zone work. The closest we come to the buffer zone is 50 feet with the erosion control line right here. And we tried to limit the amount of yard area to the maximum extent feasible and keep everything shifted towards the front of the property where we really only have existing lawn. There's no work proposed, down here in the areas closer to the river or the resource areas. There is also no work proposed within bordering land subject to flooding, thankfully. Also, you're supposed to, of course, take consideration to endangered species or areas mapped for priority habitat of endangered species, and we do not have that or those present on this parcel either. And then finally, the regulations say that you are supposed to preserve or extend the natural vegetative buffer within 100 feet to the maximum extent practicable. And in this case, these honey locust trees in the center of the lot are being kept as is, as much as possible. There are two trees right here, one here, and then one 8-inch one here, which come into the lawn area and would be, especially this one, just too close to the house for it to stay. So those two trees are proposed to be removed. And as mitigation to help extend the buffer zone and enhance the function of the resource area, we have proposed to convert a large portion of lawn directly along Goldwaith Brook to a naturally vegetated buffer via the planting of a number of native tree and shrub species. So that area would essentially grow in over time and be preserved going forward. And most importantly, you know, the lot has to be created before 1997, October 1997, and in this case, the lot was created in 1986, I believe the date was. We provided that information to Lucia, and again, we do comply with the 5,000 square foot requirement. And it's important to note that all of the area really up here is really just lawn or previously disturbed area. And we don't count the disturbance down here because that was disturbance done prior to the owners even having the lot. So that was disturbance done before the Rivers Protection Act. The garage was there, the stone was here, and we have a good record plan from 1969 that showed the granite bridge and a road coming up all the way through here towards the front of the property. When this was combined with 231 Linfield Street, prior to when it was subdivided, there actually was a house approximately in this vicinity here. So it is mostly a previously disturbed site, especially up where the new work is proposed. As I mentioned, there is some, the family hasn't used the property, developed the property anyway, but they have used it for the storage of some light machinery and equipment. As mitigation, they're also proposing to remove that from the site. So a couple circles here are shown just to remove some of that light equipment. I believe one was an old snow blower, one was an old trailer, and a couple plows over here. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I believe the applicant is on the call as well.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Mike.
It's a good presentation. With regard to the, since you did a good job in identifying and showing the existing trees on the property, of which you pointed out the two that you're requesting to take down, and those occur inside the limits of the erosion controls, and the ones behind it are going to be retained. I would request that if you could, all the trees that are labeled, like the 30-inch, the 30-inch twin, the 30-inch, I can't read them. So if you could RET all those. So, you know, you have your proposed text, you say proposed erosion controls or remove tree or concrete step. If you could put RET beside each one of those trees, so the property owner moving forward knows that those trees are to be retained and not go back next year and start cutting them down, at least not without asking us. But I think that'd be a good opportunity to show on the drawings, you know, that the intent is to retain those trees, and so there's no question that they were accidentally cut down. That's all.
Anybody else? I've got notes that talk about regardless of riverfront performance standards, the crushed stone area located in the riverfront should be removed and revegetated. That's the gray rectangle area, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the family hasn't changed the character of that area since they purchased it in the 80s. You know, they haven't, what they've communicated to me is they haven't added to it or really expanded it. They've kind of just kept it as is. If the commission is really for that, the applicant's willing to, they would just like to be able to keep some there to, I guess, still allow some passing, you know, over the granite bridge to not, you know, drive over plants, basically.
I guess what I'm not seeing is the road that they're proposing or that's there from the granite bridge onto the property.
It's really not much of a road. It's like there really isn't much defined there at this point. It used to be more defined when a house was on the lot, is my understanding. It's really just, you might see two small ruts in the ground, like where a vehicle passes every so often, but it's not an area that you would say is heavily traversed whatsoever.
So the gravel area could be removed and vegetated without any effect to the passage of, car or something or truck.
Yeah, as long as there's, if it's lawn, and I think that would be fine. Or at least planted with a seed mix that, could do okay and driven over, not something that would, planted with shrubs and anything like that, but.
Right. Well, that's what I would like. I think we should get, the crushed stone should be, because it's in a riverfront area, it should be removed and plant grass. So it's part of the riverfront. There's also various piles of boulders and stones.
There are a couple piles of boulders within the crushed stone area, so I think there's a little, like a pile here. And then
So
in our site visit with Lucia, the applicant agreed to remove that as well.
Okay.
So we.
And there's the staging equipment, piping, scaffolding equipment, wood chippers, that's gotta be moved off-site as well.
Correct. That's what we tried to show with this approximate location of equipment areas.
Right. Where would you move it to? Just off the property totally, or?
Yeah, they own over here. The family owns this property, and
So they can move it, they'll
so
move
they
it
have-
there?
yeah, most likely.
Through the chair, I was gonna mention, there's no pool or other amenities are shown on this plan, so if the property owner in the future wants to change the property for that type of use, it needs to be, obviously, it needs to be refiled with the Conservation Commission.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Me and Thor actually talked about that at the site visit, and they won't be able to meet the performance standards for alteration, because he just said they're almost at like 5,000 square feet, so they wouldn't be able to put a pool. And Albert's dad has a pool across the river. But just some so it sounded like I already gave you guys a couple conditions, and it sounded like Stu would like the removal of crushed stone area to be revegetated as another condition. That wasn't one of my originals. And then I am noticing that there are no erosion controls around where the plantings are going on the river. I'm wondering if maybe we should ask for, is there a narrative already, Thor? Because I don't think I read it. I feel like if you just put it on the plan and then you expect a landscaper to understand what to do, they may or may not do it right. So I'm wondering if we need like a simple narrative with a couple bullets saying, I don't know if I feel like they might probably would need erosion controls, but maybe that's overkill.
Through the chair,
Go ahead.
again, I don't want to make this, I'd like to move this along. The Mantalas are gonna, that's what they do for a living. They're very good at it. As long as I think that they're gonna do all that themselves.
Okay.
I will add to it's the intention's not to strip soil or tear anything up down there. It's really just install the plants, let the area revegetate, don't mow it. So it's really just hand digging holes. I don't think it's necessary for erosion controls, but happy to condition a 6-inch mulch stock if the commission feels like it, but I don't think that it's necessary.
So can we get a motion to issue a standard order of conditions with special conditions? 51, a partial certificate of compliance cannot be released until riverfront enhancement is planted and at least 70% of the vegetation is healthy, and no stockpiling of equipment or items in the riverfront zone in perpetuity.
Through the chair, I think that's great. And you also want to add 53, the removal of crushed stone area and to be revegetated. But before you guys do that, you would need to open it to the public. And if there's no one in the public, then you would need to close the hearing and then make that motion.
Let's motion to open it to the public.
If you don't need a motion, you just open it, and I don't see anyone
I don't
in
see anybody raising their
the
hand.
audience
so-
raising their hand, so I think that you can make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'm gonna make a motion to close the public hearing. So then so is somebody gonna make a motion regarding the standard order of conditions with items 51, 52, and 53 added?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I already did it.
Do I have a second?
Second,
All right, I'm gonna do a roll call. Motion to close made by Secretary Vivaldi, seconded by Commissioner Athos. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
yes.
and Commissioner Green.
Yes.
All right, so it is closed 6-0. If you want to, someone wants to make that motion, if you want me to repeat it again, I will be glad to do that.
Yes, and I would like to add the condition that I asked about, adding the notes RE, capital RET period, and have that plotted at each note of the existing trees that are staying. So it's understood that there's 2 trees coming out and the others are being retained. And you could put on your legend, RET means retained trees. You don't have to write all that, but just say RET on all those trees. So there's no question, if somebody goes out and there's 5 trees cut, those are supposed to be retained. Okay.
Understood.
Is somebody making a motion?
Yeah, so motion
So we're
to,
gonna summarize the motion again, or what we're looking for?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Through the chair, do you guys want me to repeat the conditions that we have on the table right now?
please.
Yes, yes.
Did someone just say wait?
No, I said yes, repeat them.
Oh, I thought I heard wait. So far it would be 51, a partial, and Thor, this is for you and Albert to also decide if these are conditions that you are okay with. 51, a partial certificate of compliance cannot be released until the riverfront enhancement is planted. The full certificate cannot be issued until at least 70% of vegetation is healthy. Condition 52 would be no stockpiling of equipment or other items in the riverfront and the flood zone in perpetuity. 53, the removal of the crushed stone area to be revegetated. And 54, a revised plan stating RET shown on the legend that is to retain each tree staying. And obviously we have a tree protocol. So Albert, any trees that you want to remove in the future, you do need to fill out some paperwork first. So just going forward, make sure you reach out to me or Thor before you do any work on your property. But those would be the conditions. So if someone wants to make that motion, unless there's more conditions.
I'll make that motion.
Second,
Second.
roll call,
Chairman Lazares,
yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes,
and Commissioner Green.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 6-0.
Thank you all for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
night. There goes the no hitter.
Hey, trying, lost here. Keep laughing. Notice intent.
Thanks, Ab. I needed that.
Huh? All right, where are we? The next one is I'm lost on this thing.
It is item 14, 67 Pulaski Street in Zero Margin.
All right, A continued public hearing notice of intent submitted by Hancock Associates property owners John Babiars and applicant is Pioneer Charter School of Science to propose work as a redevelopment of a site into an elementary and middle school. The property is known as 67 Pulaski and 0 Margin Street, map 42, lots 1 and 2 in Peabody, Mass.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Again, for the record, Joe Pesnola from Hancock Associates. With me tonight is Devin Morse, our wetland scientist. I know the hour is late and
It's only 10 o'clock.
I just wanted to update the board on where we were and then probably answer any questions the commission may have, and then move to a continuance on this one, because we did receive a peer review from Horsley Witten on August 24th and quickly moved into addressing the issues that were raised in that letter. And we did so in a submission to both the simultaneous submission through Mr. Langley on September 8th. But what didn't happen is Lucia was not copied on the August 24th peer review. When I copied her on the responses, that was her first seeing that. So the commission hasn't had time to see these responses or the changes. Lucia hasn't been able to look at them at all and confer with Ms. Bernardo. So it's ripe for a continuance to give you all the opportunity to look at them. Safe to say that the comments were highly technical, nothing that we didn't feel we could not handle, and feel that we have in our responses and our revisions to the plans and supporting documentation. And hopefully when the commission looks at that, you as well will include the same. No real major changes to the development layout. Buildings where the building was proposed when you saw it last. The parking is where it is, and essentially the stormwater management system is the same, but things are tweaked a little bit to again respond to the peer review.
The only thing that I was concerned about, and I'm still concerned, is that there's only been a bit of phase 1 review on the 21E. And I'm just concerned that I don't want to put children in an environment where the land is contaminated. And I would request at some point that you guys show us test pits where the building is going to show us that the land is clean.
Yeah, and the planning board has the same concerns, Mr. Chairman. So
okay. I
we
mean,
will
it's just
follow
a
up.
matter of, I don't want to have kids with 3 heads someday, you know.
Nor does Pioneer Charter School. So we'll follow up with the LSP.
Okay.
And there has.
I just, beyond that, I'd like to get a motion to continue. That's all.
Yeah. Just so you know, the environmental study, the phase 1 was also peer reviewed. And there's some commentary in that August 24th.
Which we haven't seen yet, so
right, which you didn't get to see. So
we'll see
anyway, we will follow up and get back to you, Mr. Chairman, on that concern.
Okay.
Through the chair, that all that paperwork is on the OneDrive.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, just a quick note, and Lucia actually might be able to answer this question or no. Since our last meeting, we have received issuance of order of conditions on the Danvers side of things. So I just wanted that to be on record as well. So that should be included in your, perfect.
That I
Great.
saw, but I didn't
Great.
see the new one. So
Thank you.
all right. The motion to continue until next month.
I think we should be able to see the Danvers. I think Hancock should share that with Peabody.
I actually, through the chair, I already have a copy of the order. I got it from Georgia like the day after she issued it. So that also should be on the OneDrive.
That's on a OneDrive. I've seen that. I just haven't seen the peer review from, Bob Langley was sitting on. So, but
Lucia, I can get you the recorded copy too, just so you have that with the file as well.
so we're basically looking for a motion to continue.
Motion to
and
continue.
We will move
I'll
on.
second that.
Roll call.
Yep, I missed who made that motion,
I did.
and it was seconded by Mr. Vivaldi.
Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak on this or no?
I don't think so. No one's raising their hand.
No.
So did I get that right? Mike Vivaldi, did you second it?
Yes.
Okay, roll call. Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
Commissioner Athis,
Yes.
and Commissioner Green.
Yes.
All right, so that is continued 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on, item 15. Continued public hearing on notice of intent submitted by William Manuel Wetlands and Land Management, Inc. for Regency Realty Trust, Alfred Mambro trustee. The proposed project is construction of 2 buildings in site improvements, paving, utilities, and riverfront on the North River. Property is known as 1113 Wallace Street, map 85, lot 41A in Peabody.
They're requesting to continue.
I'm sorry?
They're requesting to continue.
Is there a request to continue?
Is anyone, I don't think anyone's here right now. You don't have to grant their request for a continuance.
No.
Right now, they're not meeting, they're not meeting a lot of stuff. I don't know if anyone had the time to read my memo.
I've read it all. There's so much happening with this site that pushes so much into question between filling in the site, filling in floodplain, potential for contaminated soil. We've asked for information time and time again. I'm of the opinion, and I would like to get this off our agenda and vote to deny this project.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Roll
Right,
call.
Wait, but before you guys do have to, you do have to give the reasons, and there's a lot of reasons. I don't know if you guys want me to read them or if someone else wants to read them.
You can read them. It's okay.
Right, the reasons under the Wetlands Protection Act would be 310 CMR 10.5 parentheses 6 parentheses C. If the Conservation Commission finds that the information submitted by the applicant is not sufficient to describe the site, the work, or the effect of the work on the interests identified in Mass General Law 131, Section 40, it may issue an order prohibiting the work. The order shall specify the information which is lacking and why it is necessary. The information that we are lacking tonight is test pits, cut and fill click summary, 21E information, if there's a remediation plan or phase 2 planned, and current plans are missing extensive details. Number 2, failure to meet the performance standards for 3. I have to mute someone. I'm sorry. I can't concentrate. I don't know who's giving me the feedback. The project 10.310 CMR 10.57 bordering land subject to flooding. The project is located in FEMA flood zone. The applicant did not provide plans showing adequate compensatory flood storage. 310 CMR 10.57 parentheses 4 parentheses little a1, which we can go back to DEP's comments, which they stated over a year ago. The plans are not detailed enough to show all the proposed work in the FEMA floodplain, like there's no stairs, is there an elevator, et cetera, et cetera. Reasons to deny the project under the city ordinance, chapter 32 would be chapter 32, section 33, the no disturb zone, 100 feet from the resource area. That's A. And little I, adverse impact on flood control. And the reason would be that Wallace Street currently floods during storm events. And there's recent pictures from this year and videos that I took. Chapter 32, section 22, denial of permit. A, for failure to submit necessary information on plans requested by the commission, which would be cut and fill click summary, test pit information, 21E information, flood zone changes on the revised plan. I don't know if anyone else noticed that, but the FEMA flood zone changed on their plans from the original ORAD. You can't change a FEMA flood zone after it's already been voted on. D, for failure to avoid or prevent unacceptable or cumulative effects on the wetland values protected by this ordinance. An example would be that the plan as is cannot be approved. It is inadequate. E, where no conditions can be imposed which are adequate to safeguard the wetlands value protected by this ordinance. Chapter 32, section 35, rivers and stream. In review of areas within the 200 feet of river and streams, no permit issued hereunder shall permit any activities unless the applicant, in addition to meeting the otherwise applicable requirements of this ordinance, has proved by a preponderance of the credible evidence that there is no practical alternative to the proposed project with less adverse effects. The applicant did not approve that there is no practicable alternative to said project. And I'm almost done. I got a lot. Chapter 32, section 54, generally, the applicant for a permit shall have the burden of proving by preponderance of credible evidence that the work proposed in the application will not have, in the opinion of the Conservation Commission, unacceptable, significant, or cumulative effect upon the resource area, buffer zones, wetland values protected by this ordinance. Failure to provide adequate evidence to the commission supporting this burden shall be sufficient cause for the commission to not deny a permit or grant a permit with conditions. The commission can also make this motion based upon the need to protect occupants of the floodplain, protect landowners, buildings upstream and downstream flooding caused by floodplain development, and protection for the entire community from unwise choices of land development that may require public monies for public works or disaster relief. So that all being said, is that part of your motion, all of those reasons to deny?
Just what address we talking about? What address?
11 to 13 Wallace Street.
Okay.
It's near the post office?
Yes.
The post office, Arthur.
Do you want me to read it again? I'm just kidding.
The numbers are confusing tonight. The order and the agenda, that's all.
So we had a motion. Do you want me to finish that roll call? Or do you guys want to take back your motion to deny it?
With those conditions, right?
Well, those are we have to explicitly say the reason why we're denying it, and those were my reasons to deny it.
Seem to be good. So we
can someone just remind me who made that motion again? Because I don't think I wrote it down. I thought it was Mike, and I thought it was seconded by Bruce.
It was me.
Bruce, did you second that?
Yes, I'm sorry. You moved. I didn't realize you muted me.
Yep. For I'm like ADD. I can't I heard like so much reverb and I couldn't read. So just for the record, do you mind, Mike? Do you mind making that again with all those reasons that I just listed?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we get this project off the agenda and deny this project before us based on the summary and the list that you provided to us. And we concur with that list. Certainly I do.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call. Chairman Lazaris.
Yes, I would like to add one thing, and that I would definitely like to get that land cleaned up before they come back to us.
Well, you guys can talk about an enforcement after we finish this vote.
Okay, yes.
So yes,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
and Commissioner Green.
Yes.
All right, so that has been denied for all those various reasons. It passes 6-0. And if you guys want to talk about enforcement, we can go ahead and do that now, unless you want to talk about it at another meeting. But it's on the agenda right now, so maybe we should talk about it now.
Yeah, I would make a motion that we issue an enforcement order on this property to curb any further activity. I went by there on Sunday. It looked like there was some more concrete debris on the site. At least it appeared to me. I think the site definitely needs to be cleaned up. It's my opinion that there's 3 feet of fill on the site and it's all floodplain. There's definitely an enforcement order, I believe, necessary for this project. And also the enforcement order really needs to bring in the expertise of a licensed site professional to address any potential soil contamination that may be on the site.
There a second?
Second.
Author, so seconded by Author. I'm going to do a roll call. I do have a couple, I don't know, before I do the roll call. So some of my action items, it sounds like I would have an action item about 21E. And because I think they have until October 14th, they're in a 120-day window right now that they have found out that their site is contaminated. So under the mass contingency plan, I think they have 120 days, and me and Brennan calculated out October 14th or the 12th or something like that. So they still are, they're still in good graces with the Wayside Bureau of Cleanup, I believe. And then another action item would be to remove all of the stockpiling, to cease and desist further stockpiling. And if they refuse to do that, they have to show us some sort of a special permit from the city council, or they need to obtain a special permit. Author, do they need a special permit over here to do all this? I know way back when, April 2021, when this was on the agenda, Randy Suckney, I believe, was involved with this in the health department, that saying that they were not in compliance, and then I'm not sure what happened, but that kind of got squashed. So I can bring the health department back in on this if you want me to. But I think otherwise I kind of understand where we're going with this enforcement order. Correct? So it's removing the stockpile, cease and desist bringing further material on the site, remove any outdoor equipment unless they can prove that they have a permit to do so from this commission. And if they don't, they need to file an RDA, basically, correct?
Leave it at that. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call then. So I think I understand what I'm doing. Chairman Lazaris.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Comac.
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
And Commissioner Green.
Yes.
All right, so that EO passes 6-0. It's probably going to take me a while. It's probably going to take me a week or 2 weeks at this point. But I will get to it, I promise.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item 16. No. Item 16, continued public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by GZA Geo Environmental Inc., Dan Nitschke for Emmanuel and Rose Papanikolaou owners, and JD Raymond Transport Inc., Will Boyle applicant, proposed work is construction of a stormwater infiltration basin partially within a buffer zone to a wetland resource properties known as 25 Farm Ave, map 69, lot 006 and 007, Peabody, Mass. And who is here to, is that you, Tony?
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Kim Crowa on behalf
Oh, hi, Kim.
of Will Boyle, the applicant, and GZA. We had submitted a written request for continuance. We did submit, as the commission requested at the last meeting, the written responses to the commentary and updated plans. But part of the peer review commentary was asking for additional test pits. And those were just completed with the city's oversight on Friday, September 9th. And we are also incorporating into the plans a fire hydrant that was requested by the fire chief. So because those haven't been finally completed, we're simply requesting a continuance until next month's hearing.
Do we hear a motion?
Move to continue.
Second.
Roll call. Thank you,
Okay, a
Kim.
motion made by Mr. Athos, seconded by Mr. Comack. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm like spacey tonight. Roll call, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes, and thank you, Kim.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
and Commissioner Green.
Yes.
All right, so the item is continued 6-0 to October 12th.
Thank you.
Item 17, public hearing for notice of intent submitted by Hayes Engineering, Inc., Anthony Capichetti for the residences at Farm Ave. Proposed work is construction of a multifamily residential building with associated driveways, parking, access, and utilities within a buffer to BBW and IBW properties known as 27R Farm Ave, 04 Street, map 69, lots 5A and 12, Peabody, Mass.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the application that we filed to have moved for DEP jurisdiction.
Okay.
That'd be no presentation.
So therefore, we will remove it from our agenda, correct?
Correct. DEP has asserted jurisdiction.
Okay. Thank you.
So wait, I think, are you requesting us, are you withdrawing your NOI from?
It wouldn't be a withdrawal. It's just there's no opening of the public hearing because it's been moved to DEP for superseding order. So you should have received the request for departmental action. So it just becomes tabled pending DEP action.
Okay, so
You'll be party.
your choice is definitely to go to DEP with the possibility that they may say that we did actually meet the 21 days. Because you were put on an agenda 11 days after you filed the NOI.
Correct, but the public hearing has to open within 21 days of receipt. So we decided to move the project through with DEP rather than remain in the city.
All right, I guess the commission, I guess you guys should make some sort of a motion to, I've honestly never had this because we never have meetings in 21 days from when I accept applications. That would be, I know it's the law, but it would be very hard. I thought the law, the way it reads is that you have to be placed on an agenda. Like we didn't blow them off. We just didn't have a meeting in August because we never have a meeting in August. So I think that the commission, I'm fine with DEP taking this over. We all know it's going to end up there anyway. There is a chance that DEP might not take it over though, because there is a little bit of there might be some issues with because you were put on an agenda and there's evidence that you were put on an agenda. But regardless of all that, I'm not really sure. What do you guys think we should do?
Just say no action.
Yeah, we just won't open the public
No
hearing.
action.
All right, no, don't open it and just move on to the next item.
Yeah.
And if
Bye.
I may, I'm sorry, this is Jason Panos representing the residences of Farm Ave. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I think the most appropriate action would be, as you've indicated, not to take action and to take it off your agenda pending the DEP result.
Well, if they come back and say, put it back on the agenda, we will. How's that?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Very good.
Moving on.
Thank
We need a
you.
motion now?
Well, we didn't open it, so just go to the next.
Just move on and
Yeah.
keep going, okay.
Through the chair, for the record, Michael Vivaldi just had to excuse himself at 10:32 p.m. So we are
Okay.
down to 5 commissioners.
Yeah, so we're still good. Item 18, public hearing, a notice of intent submitted by Hayes Engineering, Anthony Capicelli, for Cy Tenney Residences LLC, Arthur Pimentel. Proposed work is construction of multifamily residential buildings, associated driveways, parking access, and utilities with buffer to BVW and IVW properties known as 190R Newbury Street, map 535, lot 38A, Peabody, Mass. And that's you, Anthony, right?
Yeah, I'm taking up all your time tonight. I apologize.
Listen, we'll send you the bill.
All right. So Attorney Jack Kelty for the applicant is here as well. I see he's promoted to panelist. So this project has been before the commission before. An order of conditions was granted for the project. However, we're back having filed a new notice of intent because this project was handled by a separate engineer, and we made some significant design changes. We had a meeting with the chair and vice chair, Lucia, as well as DPS, community development, to go over these changes. We're getting very close to the final plan. If you don't mind, I'll share my screen real quick just to bring the commission up to speed on what's happened. The project as proposed is for a 60 unit multifamily residence. This is the site behind Latitude off of Route 1. And there's, sorry, let me just zoom out just a touch here. There's a bordering vegetated wetland that runs to the north of the driveway and building, as well as to the south of the proposed access. This is an old railroad siding, goes out to the bike trail and railroad to the west, and then an isolated wetland located at the west of the site. Previously, it was all subsurface detention. The site was being raised about 8 feet from the existing grades to make it work. And Department of Public Services has a sewer trunk line that runs through the site within an easement. And they did not want to increase the fill over that sewer trunk line by 8 feet. When we took over the project, we went to surface infiltration areas, and we were able to reduce the fill by 5 to 6 feet. So we're only filling 2 to 3 feet over the line. We have a review by Meridian with some minor comments, as well as some comments from Will Pollock that will require some minor grading changes, and we're in the process of resolving that. There was discussion where the wetland line was fairly, well, not fairly old, but hasn't been reviewed since that last order, about reflagging it. What we offered and what I think makes sense is the only area where it may change a little bit is where it's flat. And we have a bunch of material that needs to come out from previous buffer zone disturbance. And we were going to replicate buffer. What I suggested at the meeting and what was received fairly well by those in attendance was splitting the difference and doing wetland replication for about 50% of this buffer zone area, because we have to go right up to the wetland line either way. And then maintaining the buffer zone, we can pick up some additional replication and mitigation area in this location here. And then we would do the same for the isolated vegetated wetland, splitting the difference in that buffer zone replication to increase some wetland habitat there. And what we would do is pull out the conservancy zone, which is at elevation 66, into that wetland. So that would provide some compensatory flood storage, although it's not necessary for the construction of this project. I know this has been in front of the board a number of times before. I guess the last major change that I'd like to keep the board apprised of is previously, if you can see this dashed line that went through the parking lot, this was our access. What we've agreed to is we're relocating the access to try and direct traffic off of the highway and through the parking lot as quick as possible and minimize the interference between vehicles and pedestrians using the Latitude Boston Sports facility. So there is a little bit of a change from what you've seen. We'll be taking about 10 to 15 feet of pavement away from the wetlands in this area and restoring it with the erosion control wet meadow matrix seed mix in that area. If there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them at this time.
Through the chair.
Yes.
What is it now?
It's a giant gravel pad area.
No.
Is what now?
What's it gonna be now?
It's still
they are
residential.
condominiums,
Yeah, it's a condominium complex that's
residential
similar
complex.
to what was previously approved.
It was gonna be I believe like a assisted living.
No. There had been many years ago, and perhaps that was a discussion that was, this is Jack Kelty, by the way. There had been discussions of assisted living, different educational component. Those plans were all scrapped. The zoning changed. We were utilizing the zoning change and allowed residents in the overlay district, which was available to this property. We're now coming back to the board with, as Tony reflected, we're really in the same footprint. We really haven't increased the size of the building. In any instance, the city council had approved the number of units we're proposing now, which is 60, and but the plan has changed to such an extent that we decided not to come back here seeking a modified or revised or amended order, but instead to file a new and ask for a new order of conditions. And as such, when we receive the new order of conditions, we would close out the outstanding order of conditions as never having been constructed. So the record will be clean. There was, as a result of the earlier approval by this body, there had been an area put on record and a restriction placed on record identifying wetland areas that are to the east and west of the proposed building. They show on the sheet that Tony has presented, and those wetlands remain in the exact same spot that they were with the original filings. The same, in fact, some greater respect is being given to those wetlands, to the extent that because of our effort to make the utilities accessible, not only the sewer conduit that's there, but also there are some overhead electrical poles. They needed access. So in order to accomplish both those goals, we actually increased the replication that was going to be done on the first order. The wetlands replication is actually increased slightly, as Tony just presented this evening. So this order is more functional. is more, the order we're asking for now is more in compliance with the Wetlands Protection Act and the criteria. And we're hoping to receive an order of conditions. We will be before the planning board completing site plan review tomorrow evening, and we'll be before the city council on the 22nd. That is next week from tomorrow. We're hopeful that the board, given the nature of the meeting that we had on the 25th at Public Services, we were hopeful that people would be comfortable enough with the direction we were going in and the solutions we were proposing, that the board would consider issuing an order of conditions tonight. If that vote were to occur, we would provide the full period of time to draft the order of conditions. But what that would allow us to do would be to go to the city council saying that we have completed reviews with the Conservation Commission. Otherwise, the city council in all likelihood would continue its activity until their first meeting in September, which will be held before your meeting in, I'm sorry, the first meeting in October, which would be actually the Thursday before your Wednesday, October meeting. So if the board had comfort with where the designs we've provided and the changes we've agreed to make, there is nothing outstanding which we have will be unable to comply with, and I don't think there's anything that the commission would require that we would not be able to comply with, and as such, we would respectfully request that the board consider issuing an order.
Lucia, you have your hand up?
The commission.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah, just before you guys get into any crazy questions, Will Politz is not finished reviewing this. Do you guys really want to vote on something that there's going to be possible minor tweaks and changes?
No.
So I would just, I mean, at the sake of time, I really think, I absolutely, I didn't review this. I don't even have any conditions. I spoke to Will and he said he didn't review it because there's a chance that something might have to change and he hasn't gotten there yet. I'm not planning on reviewing this until those changes are made. I don't have any local conditions. So I absolutely do not feel comfortable. I would have loved to come here and be able to do a one and done, but we don't even have a memo from Will Politz yet. So I definitely don't feel comfortable. This is a very large project.
Yeah.
I would like to say,
I just had a couple quick questions to Jack. And again, we did have a good meeting. And although as presented at our meeting, we had to discuss some of these design issues relative to the wetlands and resource and Concom input, I think the meeting went well. But my question, which you kind of answered, was given the fact this is a 6-unit multi-family building, so it's not a hotel. And my question is this going to get passed, Jack, with planning and I'll assume zoning and planning, that people are going to raise families there? I mean, there's absolutely nowhere to do anything. There's no play areas. It's just wetland and driveway and parking lot, and then there's nowhere to go. You can't even go out to Route 1. I mean, you're going to be going out to Route 1. How do you raise families in an environment like that? And I know that's not the commission's. What I'm getting at is there a chance that this is not going to fly this way? Because I really don't want to approve something that if you're going to come back to us and saying that we got to change all this because now we have to provide play areas and things like that. I'm just kind of asking.
The plan very similar to this with, but not at the same grade, but the same number of units and the and the same use was presented, and we did get an order of conditions. I'm sorry, we did get a special permit from the city council. But there is no change in that particular use. And yes, it can be approved, and I expect will be approved by the city council.
Okay, just wanted to bring that up because it doesn't look like there's a lot of room to do a lot of other things on the site. Okay, well, I think I support what Lucia said. We probably should wait and hear from Public Services on the peer review.
Motion to continue?
I'll make the motion to continue.
Second?
Second,
Roll call?
Oh, yep. Motion to continue was made by Vice Chairman Rizzo, seconded by Commissioner Athos. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes,
Secretary Vivaldi. Oh, he's gone. Sorry. Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to nobody.
All right. Are we on the last item?
yeah, it's a ninth inning.
Ninth inning, request for termination of applicability. Continued public hearing on request for termination of applicability submitted by Baker, Braverman, and Barbadoro, Kimberly Crowe, Esquire, for J.D. Raymond, Inc., a butter. The property owner is a resident of Farm Ave. Proposed work is a 6-story, 40B apartment building, 116 residential units, parking on the ground floor. Property is known as 27R Farm Ave, map 69, lots 005A and 12 in Peabody. Want to take it away, Kim?
Hi, good evening again, commissioners. Yeah, so last commission meeting in July, there was a site walk. Shortly before that, the commission had received information from the site walk and both parties and had voted to continue to this date to consider and presumably vote on the request for determination of applicability. Of course, during that time, the property owner, the residences, did file a notice of intent, which we had believed would take us down the path we were looking for. And then we had learned that they filed the superseding order request with the department. So from a procedural standpoint, I don't believe that the 21 days applied because the request for determination of applicability was open at that time, and that either told or created a waiver of the 21 days. But where we're at tonight with the superseding order having been filed, my requests to the commission are either to continue this hearing until the next month or to vote that the applicant is required to, not the applicant, that the residences is required to file an application for a notice of intent. Understanding, of course, that they have done that, but to close out the request for determination with that finding.
The applicant has filed the notice of intent, and you want to close out the what?
So what you have before you for this agenda
Close out
item,
the RDA.
right, is the request for determination of applicability, where we as the abutter filed asking the commission to require the property owner, the residences, to file a notice of intent.
Which
Even though
they
they've
have.
already done that, we're asking
Okay.
for that determination to have been made final.
Any discussion?
And I'm too confused.
Yes, may I please, this is Jason Panos through the chair, practicing law at 246 Andover Street. First of all, there was a request from Attorney Crowhart to withdraw the matter entirely as a result of the notice of intent filing. Whether the notice of intent filing is before the Peabody Conservation Commission or by request for a superseding order, the item is mooted. It is of no cause and effect before you. So therefore, I would suggest that you take the request from J.D. Raymond to withdraw, vote it, and let the DEP do its work. It's mooted. It's a moot point. And the notion that the RDA somehow, because it was continued, stayed the 21 days is a really foolish assertion, with all due respect. It doesn't. They're two separate things. There was the RDA, and the RDA, in one sense, as I indicated, was totally mooted by the filing of the notice of intent application. There's really nothing for the board to consider, determine, or find.
Do we just,
Nothing for the
there's
board
no
to consider
continuance?
what?
This is not to be continued then? We just drop the, take it off the agenda?
I believe so. You have a request from Attorney Croha to withdraw, and that's a request that's appropriate.
Do you agree,
And-
Kim?
No, the request was made before I realized that they had, prior to that point, filed the request for superseding order. At the point that was included in the letter commenting on the notice of intent before the Conservation Commission. The comment letter to the notice of intent that was taken off the agenda. So in my opinion, the letter in its entirety should be disregarded. It was specific to the notice of intent that was filed on there. If they are truly two completely separate events, as Attorney Panos has stated, then treat them as two completely separate events. And based on the assertions that were made in the notice of intent that was filed by Hayes Engineering, and the documentation and various pieces of evidence that were put before the commission showing that there is another wetland that's state jurisdictional wetland that requires the filing of a notice of intent, the commission should treat our RDA as a completely separate event. Or counter to that, we wouldn't have any objection if the commission simply continued it. We'll see what DEP does. I made the same argument to DEP through a letter, submitted this morning, asking them to essentially disregard and dismiss the request for superseding order and have it be heard at the commission level, because the 21 days was not applicable in this admittedly very unusual circumstance that we find ourselves in here.
Is that the letter we received today? Is that the letter that I saw today?
Lucia?
Yeah, that letter just came in today.
Okay.
I'm just going to reassert what I said earlier. There is no matter in substance before this commission, and J.D. Raymond, by the commission taking action to take it off its agenda and honor an initial request to withdraw, which is the appropriate course of action. They are not prejudiced, because if the DEP decides not to take action, and they actually have already accepted filing, so that we know that's not going to happen, they can always refile their request for determination. The matter should be taken off your agenda. Again, whether the matter is before the Peabody Conservation Commission or the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, in its stead, makes no difference. The action of a notice of intent filing by the residences of Farm Avenue LLC through the Peabody Conservation Commission and ultimately through its request for superseding order moots the current issue before you. You have nothing to continue. You have nothing to hear. You have nothing to find. The matter is done in the eyes of the Conservation Commission and can always be brought back if necessary. We don't believe it will be necessary. We believe that the Massachusetts DEP will see this to its conclusion and issue a superseding order. But you never know.
Yep, through the
There's no
chair,
question.
just to cut this down. It sounded like Attorney Croha is taking back her request for withdrawal, and she would like this to remain on the agenda. I did have a very long conversation with Daniel. I cannot pronounce her last name, so I'm not even going to try at the Mass DEP today. And this is right now that letter. I don't know, Attorney Panos, if you have been in touch with anyone at DEP today after like 10 o'clock. Well, that right now their legal department is reviewing it because there is a bit of question as to the 21 days, because within 11 days of receiving the NOI, you guys were put on an agenda. It wasn't the agenda and the time period that you wanted, but you were placed on the first available agenda. So I don't want to keep going with this because it's 11 o'clock and I really want to go to bed. I have to wake up, everyone does. So I just think out of respect for Attorney Croha, we continue the item. If DEP takes it over, then Attorney Croha is an interested party and she will be involved in that with the DEP, as well as we will be involved. And then at our October 12 meeting, she can formally, is that the right word? Formally withdraw, and then we can take it off the agenda. But as of right now, it sounds like she wants to keep this on right now so that she is an interested party. Did I say that correctly, Attorney Croha?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we move to continue.
Make a motion to continue then?
Thank you.
I'll
Second,
second that.
motion to go to bed.
All right, that motion was made by Arthur
Roll
and it
call.
was seconded by, I think Amanda really wanted to make that motion, so I'm going to put her in as the second. I'm going to go ahead and do a
Okay.
roll call. Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
All right, so that is 5-0. And the last thing we have is minutes.
Good night.
Minutes.
Thank you, members of the commission.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, Attorney Croha. We'll see you next month. Minutes,
This minutes thing isn't gonna take hours, is it?
April 13, May 11, June 15, and July 13, 2022.
Do we have a motion to accept?
Motion to
Anybody want to
accept.
make a motion to accept?
Do I have a second?
Second.
And can I get a hand raise, please?
Oh, sure.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5-0. All right, and now we need a motion to close the public hearing and adjourn.
Motion to
Close the
clear, a
public
motion to
hearing.
close the public hearing.
Second,
There you are.
Well, Stu can't make the motion, so who made the motion?
I said, can I get a motion to close the
did.
public hearing?
All right, and that was seconded by Arthur.
No, it was
First,
made by Arthur.
Oh,
No, I made it. I made the motion.
Oh, you did. Okay, I'm sorry. And seconded by Arthur.
Yes.
and hand raise. Excellent. So the meeting is officially closed at 11:01 p.m.
Public hearing's
right.
closed.
Did we win, Arthur?
I think we were slaughtered in that game. You know, after the seventh inning, once he got one base hit, it was just a flood of base hits.